Chapter 118 Chapter 118. Expert, please take me as your disciple 1. Chapter 118. Expert, please take me as your disciple 1. Xiao Changtian. I am the owner of the shop on the plateau. I will talk to you about this book. Chen Qian narrowed his eyes slightly. A sinister smile hung on his face like a poisonous snake, giving people the feeling that there were needles hidden in cotton wool. However, Xiao Changtian didn't care about his fake smile. He came here today to seek cooperation. As for his book, he hadn't decided whether or not to publish it in this shop. They could only wait for all matters to be discussed before they could enter the market to test the waters. Then let me be direct. I will pay for the printing of this book myself, and your business will be responsible for distributing it to me. You will take 10% of the profits. Xiao Changtian went straight to the point. He didn't want to continue chatting. According to the previous time, he should be taking a nap. At this moment, a wave of sleepiness hit him, making him want to find a place to lie down and rest for a while. 10%. Mr. Xiao, one thing you've misunderstood. The mode of cooperation between our companies is that we're responsible for the entire process. After all, no one can guarantee that anything will happen during this process. Since we are responsible for the entire process and Mr. Xiao, you are only providing a story, so between us, we should give 90% of the profits, and you get 10%. Chen Qian smiled like a poisonous snake, staring at Xiao Changtian. His eyes were murky, as if he wanted to see through Xiao Changtian's heart. However, Xiao Changtian stood up and picked up the draft. It seems that your business is not sincere. Let's forget about this matter. Xiao Changtian held the white tiger in his arms and prepared to leave. Haha, Mr. Xiao, I think you still don't know one thing. The businesses on my flat are all over the North Moon Empire. The businesses that cooperate with us basically have a beneficial relationship. As long as one say it, a Gister Xiao, even if you want to find other businesses to cooperate, it's impossible. The smile on Chen Qian's face disappeared as he threatened. He wasn't lying. The business on the field was very big. Oh! However, Xiao Changtian just nodded his head indifferently and continued to walk out of the shop. Seeing that Xiao Changtian didn't buy it, Chen Qian's face turned cold. Then don't leave. Chen Qian snorted coldly and clapped his hands. In a flash, 2 black shadows landed and blocked Xiao Changtian's path. What's wrong? You still want to force me to buy and sell? Xiao Changtian smiled and sent a message to the Great Sun Immortal through the communication jade talisman. It seemed like it was time to teach these black-hearted merchants a lesson. The white tiger in Xiao Changtian's arms had a cold expression. These 2 ants dared to block its master's path. Did they want to die? Immediately, the white tiger was about to rush out and tear the 2 of them apart. However, Xiao Changtian stopped him. Xiaoxi, don't be anxious. Since someone is hospitable, let's stay for a while. Xiao Changtian sat down again. Anyway, he wasn't in a hurry. He would teach these black-hearted merchants a lesson when the enlightened person of the Great Sun arrived. Boss Chen, why don't you tell me what your forces are? Xiao Changtian sat down with a calm expression. It was just the right time to let the Great Sun Immortal wipe out all these forces. Hehe, since things have come to this, I'm not afraid to tell you that my entire Qin family has people in the North Moon Empire. The current Minister of Revenue is my brother. Do you understand now, Mr. Xiao? Chen Qian's expression was arrogant. With the Minister of Revenue as his backer, this was the greatest reliance for a businessman like him. I see. Xiao Changtian nodded. Master, the Minister of Revenue is here. At this moment, a servant shouted in surprise. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a man with a big belly. He had a fierce face and was wearing the official uniform of the North Moon Empire. Big brother, you come. Seeing this person, Chen Qian immediately ordered the 2 servants to retreat. Yes, I heard that there seems to be someone here who is not convinced. The Pingshang Enterprise is such a conscientious place, but it is actually said that it is not conscientious. As the Minister of Revenue, one have to exercise my authority, said Chen Yuqian. Chen Yuqian and Chen Qian were only one name apart. However, they were twins. The two brothers looked at each other and smiled knowingly. 15 minutes ago, Chen Qian had informed Chen Yuqian that it was rare for his family to have a chance to make a fortune. Hence, the current scene had occurred. Looks like you really can make me unable to sell a single book. Xiao Changtian smiled calmly. When the great sun immortal came, he would directly charge into the North Moon Empire and get rid of this Chen Yuqian. Xiao Changtian drank his tea and slowly got to know Chen Qian and those forces and backers. He was never tired of it. After ale, they would be destroyed in the end. He was not using violence. He was exterminating the violent and bringing peace to the good, enforcing justice for the heavens. While everyone was chatting, the shop on the plateau had already been sealed. No outsiders could pass through. However, he could clearly see the situation inside the shop through the door. Jiang Beichen had arrived at the same time. Expert. Looking over, Jiang Beichen saw Xiao Changtian drinking tea and chatting merrily. Then he walked in. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue is included. Two soldiers stopped Jiang Beichen. What is it? Irrelevant people? Chen Yuqian, how dare you stop me? Jiang Beichen was enraged. He was the crown prince. Yet he was being stopped by the assistant minister of revenue. Hearing Jiang Beichen's voice, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, who was talking to Chen Qian, was stunned. He looked out and saw Jiang Beichen at a glance. Crown Prince's palace. Shocked, Chen Yuqian hurriedly stood up and went out to welcome him. You must be blind. This is His Highness the Crown Prince, and you dare to stop him? You don't want to live anymore. Your Highness, please. Chen Yuqian smiled awkwardly. As an insider, he knew that the current crown prince was not a good-for-nothing on the surface. On the contrary, he was a genius with peerless talent in cultivation, and would be the future crown prince. However, Jiang Beichen did not even spare him a glance. He merely snorted coldly, and walked toward Xiao Changtian, with a perturbed expression. If an expert was here, he would take him as his master. However, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue followed closely behind Jiang Beichen, with a smile on his face. Xiao Changtian was curious when he heard that the crown prince had arrived. He turned around and saw Jiang Beichen kneeling before him. Master, please accept Jiang Beichen's bow. Jiang Beichen, please accept me as your disciple. Jiang Beichen's voice was loud and clear, resounding throughout the entire business. His voice was deafening. Then his head hit the floor heavily with a thud. Chapter 119 Chapter 119 The Third Disciple. Chapter 119 The Third Disciple. Thump! The dull sound of kowtowing rang out. In the small shop on the square, it was like a deafening heavenly sound. Originally, the shop on the field wasn't small. However, the crown prince was kowtowing to a mortal. Chen Yuqian and Chen Qian, who were still arrogant and despotic before, instantly broke out in cold sweat. Their entire faces had already twisted into the color of pig liver. They wanted to escape, but they couldn't. They were actually blackmailing the crown prince's disciple. It was over. There was no turning back in this matter. The Minister of Revenue, Chen Yuqian, was so angry that his huge body fell heavily to the ground and fainted. As for Chen Qian, the corners of his mouth were twitching nonstop on his liver-colored face. Expert, please take me in as your disciple. Jiang Beichen knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily. His forehead was almost broken, and blood was flowing down from the top of his head, dyeing his white clothes bright red. You want to take me as your master? Xiao Changtian was stunned. This wasn't right. One haven't conquered my disciple yet? His disciple was about to acknowledge him as his master? Was there a misunderstanding in the middle? Xiao Changtian frowned and sized up Jiang Beichen. He had also heard the Minister of Revenue, Chen Yuqian, address Jiang Beichen as the crown prince. Good heavens, this disciple is even a crown prince. How can I make a move taking a disciple? Xiao Changtian frowned even more. He had also heard of the North Moon Empire. It was a mortal empire. In a world of cultivators like the Tianyuan continent, they were like ants. Any powerful cultivator could destroy an entire empire. But even so, to Xiao Changtian, it was still a terrifying existence. After all, he was just an ordinary mortal. Although he had a good relationship with the Great Sun Immortal, the Great Sun Immortal could not protect him forever. However, he still had to complete the system's mission. He still had to open the path of invincibility and become a supreme existence. What a contradiction! Xiao Changtian frowned and weighed these two things. He thought about it and looked at Jiang Beichen asking, "Why do you want to take me as your master?" The most important thing was to figure out why Jiang Beichen would acknowledge him as his master. It couldn't be Jiang Beichen's own strategy, right? It can't be, right? It can't be, right? Master, I want to learn from you, Jiang Beichen answered sincerely. Only by following such an expert could one learn the most powerful Tao in the world and forge a supreme foundation. Only by forging a supreme foundation could one go further in the future and have a higher upper limit. Jiang Beichen's gaze was firm, and his eyes were burning. He had to acknowledge an expert as his master today. He wanted to begin his path of cultivation today. Learn from me. What do you want to learn? I have many paths here. You have to choose one. After all, you can't bite off more than you can chew. Xiao Changtian asked. It turned out that Jiang Beichen had taken him as his master in order to learn from him. It must be because Jiang Beichen had entered her room to ask for help and saw the calligraphy she had written on the table. He must have felt that his calligraphy was as graceful as a swan and as agile as a dragon. He was more than a level higher than the calligraphy masters on the Tianyuan continent, so he wanted to learn calligraphy from a master. However, he was proficient in all 18 martial arts, such as zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, wine, tea, forging and raising omnipotent. Other than cultivation, an expert wants me to choose a path. Looks like there's a chance. Jiang Beichen's face was filled with joy. Since the master had asked him to choose a path, he must have wanted to take him as a disciple. However, Jiang Beichen thought for a moment and shook his head. He was still a mortal and did not know much about immortal cultivation, let alone building a supreme foundation. He wasn't clear about the path of invincibility of his seniors, so he had no choice. After a moment of silence, Jiang Beichen looked at Xiao Changtian and said, I don't know. I have no choice. Jiang Beichen wanted to ask for Xiao Changtian's opinion. I see. You can learn calligraphy from me. Xiao Changtian thought for a moment and said directly. From his point of view, he believed that Jiang probably knew a little about music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. As the son of the emperor and the crown prince of the dynasty, it was only natural for him to have an extraordinary background. However, because he had studied too much, he wasn't sure which path he should focus on. Since that was the case, he would choose calligraphy for him. Calligraphy? Jiang Beichen was stunned. Why calligraphy? Didn't he want to cultivate? However, on second thought, why would such an expert teach him these mortal things? There must be a deeper meaning behind it. Could it be? Calligraphy is also a great Tao. That must be it. Jiang Beichen was overjoyed when he figured out the crux of the matter. His face was filled with surprise. He kowtowed to Xiao Changtian and said, Thank you, master. Yes. Xiao Changtian also nodded. This disciple of his was very sensible. From now on, you are our third disciple. You still have two senior brothers. One of them is called Yi Fan, and he's still in the West Bull continent. Second senior brother is a physician. One believe you have seen him in the past 2 days. If you become my disciple, I guarantee that your calligraphy will reach the peak of the Tianyuan continent. Xiao Changtian said lightly. Eldest senior brother. It's actually Yi Fan. Yi Fan's master is the master in front of me? In an instant, Jiang Beichen understood what had happened. No wonder Yi Fan was able to be invincible in just a few months after his supreme being bone was dug out. It turned out that he had taken the expert in front of him as his master. So that was the case. It seemed that my intuition was right. Taking this expert as my master would indeed allow me to obtain supreme opportunities. Disciple Jiang Beichen thanks master. Jiang Beichen said delightedly. He even wanted to kowtow to the swans. The joy in his heart to be able to acknowledge such a master as his master had already covered up the pain. As my disciple, there's no need to harm yourself. Xiao Changtian held his shoulder with one hand and stopped him from kowtowing. If he did, his head would shake slightly. It was not easy to take in a disciple who was extremely talented in cultivation. If his disciple became a grandmaster in martial arts in the future, wouldn't he be very blessed? Bang! At this moment, outside the shop on the square, a dull collision sound was heard. The great Sun Immortal's momentum was vigorous, and he stepped on all the soldiers who tried to stop him. He had also received Xiao Changtian's message and hurried over. It was his honor that the senior had used him. As the saying went, there was no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. The Immortal of Great Sun felt that it was best to use him to deal with these small fries. I'm here. They didn't offend you, right? The Great Sun Immortal hurriedly walked over and said respectfully. Chapter 120, Black Sky. I'm here to find you. Chapter 120, Black Sky. I'm here to find you. Offended? They wanted to kill me. They even threatened that if I didn't agree to their arrangements and threats, I wouldn't be able to sell a single book in the entire North Moon Empire. They even sent immortal cultivators to kill me. It's the two of them. Xiao Changtian pointed at the two people in front of him as he spoke. These two people had helped the wicked bully the innocent. Xiao Changtian didn't plan to let them go. If the person who was tricked today was not him, but another mortal, without an immortal cultivator friend like the Great Sun Immortal, he would definitely end up in a miserable state. He could not let such a person off. If you two go to hell. The Great Sun Immortal snorted coldly, his face filled with monstrous anger. Who was this senior? 2 golden elixir realm ants dared to offend a senior. Behind the Great Sun Immortal, his true essence was extremely violent, and the scorching temperature directly formed a sun. The Great Sun emerged from the east, its brilliant pressure unstoppable. A terrifying power instantly enveloped the two of them. In the scorching sun, the two of them were directly destroyed. The entire shop was filled with the painful screams of these two people. Their screams were heart-wrenching, terrifying beyond compare. The officials and soldiers who came with the Minister of Revenue were instantly scared silly. The weapons in their hands fell to the ground with clattering sounds. This person was a cultivator. Moreover, he was a very powerful cultivator. Shopkeeper Chen, you previously said that one can't sell a single book in the North Moon Empire? Xiao Changtian looked at the two people being killed. Although he felt that the method was cruel, after all, he was from the blue planet in his previous life. However, there was only a sense of satisfaction in his heart. It was a carefree feeling of exterminating evil. If he didn't have a friend like the Great Sun Immortal today, he would have ended up worse than these two. Although he wasn't a great demon who killed people like flies, he knew how to eliminate evil. He turned his head and held a cup of tea. With a smile on his face, he looked at Chen Qian indifferently. Spare me, master. Spare me. Chen Qian shivered and knelt on the ground, kowtowing and apologizing, begging for Xiao Changtian's forgiveness. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Expert, I was just blinded by greed for a moment and wanted to obtain more money. I didn't really want to make a move. I deserve to die, but I don't want to die. Please spare my life. I can give my daughter to you as compensation. Ping Ping quickly begged for mercy from the expert. Chen Qian shouted for mercy and kept slapping himself. The aircraft carrier was filled with endless fear and regret. If he had known Xiao Changtian's identity was so powerful, he wouldn't have dared to provoke him. However, before Chen Pingping could kneel, the people outside the shop all knelt down and shouted, Expert, please help us. This shop is a master who eats people without spitting out the bones. Master, Chen Qian has forcefully taken my brother. Master, please let us make a decision. This Chen Qian colluded with the Minister of Revenue and said that he had swallowed all our relief money 2 years ago. Expert, shouts sounded. The commoners outside the shop were agitated and filled with righteous indignation. Their voices rose and completely drowned out Chen Qian. The voices of these commoners made Xiao Changtian furious. As a mortal, He knew how difficult it was to survive in this world of cultivation. However, a tyrant like Chen Qian was notorious for bullying others. Just by threatening him, he must have done such things in the past. Now that the public's resentment had erupted, those who dared to be angry, but did not dare to speak up before also took this opportunity to speak their minds. Xiao Changtian took a deep breath to calm himself down, and looked at Jiang Beichen. Disciple, you are the crown prince of the North Moon Empire. How will you handle this matter? Xiao Changtian stared at Jiang Beichen. As Xiao Changtian's disciple, he must have a kind and sincere heart. If the Jiang Beichen in front of him was a muddle-headed son of an emperor, who could not see the sufferings of the commoners clearly, and did not have the slightest pity in his heart, then he would be able to do so. Then he would expel Jiang Beichen from the sect. Even if he could not complete the system's mission, he would not accept such a disciple. Even if he couldn't open his path to invincibility, he had no regrets. He came from the blue planet, and had his own bottom line. If he gave up his bottom line for the path of invincibility, then what was the point of becoming an invincible existence, or a supreme expert? Become a living fossil. The meaning of life had disappeared from the moment he gave up on being a human. Xiao Changtian's expression was extremely serious, even more serious than when he was talking about the Tao. Instantly, Jiang Beichen knew that his master was a true expert. He had the heart of the world, and an invincible cultivation. At that moment, Jiang Beichen was sincerely respectful to his master. Master, Chen Qian is just a chess piece in this matter. Chen Yuqian, who is behind him, and those existences in the court are the true evil. As the crown prince, one promise you, master, and all the people of the Moonback Empire, that one will clean up the court tomorrow. Anyone who has been wrong, tell me face to face. I will investigate within 2 days. Those involved in this matter will definitely be killed, regardless of whether the royal family participated or not. Jiang Beichen's voice was deafening and echoed throughout the entire shop. At the same time, he picked up a long saber that had fallen to the ground. He raised the long saber, and his eyes became very fierce. The cold blade slashed down at the Minister of Revenue. Slash! With the sound of flesh being torn apart, the Minister of Revenue, Chen Yuqian, died instantly. Good. Your Highness the Crown Prince is mighty. As expected of the Crown Prince, I have been wronged and I want revenge. We all support the Crown Prince. A series of supportive voices sounded, and everyone's faces revealed a look of joy. With the assurance of the Crown Prince, they believed that their grievances could be cleared. Disciple, first settle the matters of the North Moon Empire, then come and see me at the inn. Xiao Changtian gave his order and left. Jiang Beichen nodded in agreement. On the other side, the 9 Phoenix matriarchs secretly brought some people and sneaked into the Black Sky sect. This time, she wanted to capture the Black Sky sect's sect master without batting an eyelid. She wanted to capture all the information regarding the secret chamber of darkness. Hence, he decided to do it. She brought a few people, taking advantage of the darkness, and quietly arrived at the secret room where the Black Sky sect's sect master cultivated. Hey Tianxiong, I'm here to find you. Mu Jiehuang's figure was like a ghost. In an instant, she arrived in front of He Tianxiong. Chapter 121. Chapter 121. Capturing Black Sky, Secret of the Dark Chamber. Chapter 121. Capturing Black Sky, Secret of the Dark Chamber. He Tianxiong sat cross-legged on the futon. Black qi flickered around him, as if he was cultivating some kind of demonic technique. Hearing Mu Jiehuang's voice, He Tianxiong suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shone with a cold light. Hee, you really dared to come? He Tianxiong's face did not show any panic or coldness. On the contrary, a smile hung on his face. He laughed and clapped his hands. In an instant, dozens of figures appeared in the secret chamber. These dozens of figures directly surrounded Mu Jiehuang. Oh, you knew one was coming? Mu Jiehuang's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and her face was filled with doubt. Hee, I've already set up a trap for the betrayal of those 3 good-for-nothings. Taoist Master Zhongxian. Don't even think about leaving today. He Tianxiong's voice suddenly turned cold and fierce, his face ferocious. With a wave of his hand, dozens of figures surrounded Mu Jiuhuang, flashed like ghosts and pounced towards Mu Jiuhuang and her subordinates. This is a trap specially set up for you. He Tianxiong sneered as he stared at Mu Jiuhuang. His killing intent was boundless and terrifying. It enveloped the entire secret chamber, causing the temperature in the secret chamber to drop. The dozens of black figures all had extraordinary cultivation. Mu Jiuhuang's subordinates were defeated and heavily injured in a few breaths. Female Empress, these people are all at the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. One of the old women said. Her voice was anxious and her expression was solemn. She was the imperial advisor of the 9 Phoenix dynasty, and her cultivation was at the 8th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. However, it was already difficult to resist one of the black figures, let alone dozens of them. Boom! Dozens of black figures burst out with black ink around their bodies. Black gas spread and turned into a cage that enveloped Mu Jiuhuang and the others. The 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm is nothing. Mu Jiuhuang's lips curled into a smile as she sneered. She had been at the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm before, the greatest human expert on the Tianyuan continent. However, after following Senior and knowing the worlds described in Senior's books, to her, the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm, no, the Mahayana realm, were all ants. In front of a true expert, they were just ants. Immediately, Mu Jiuhuang erupted. Red vital essence light suffused around her body, like endless flames. The bright light illuminated the entire secret chamber. The burning flame was like a phoenix, and the phantom of the phoenix circled behind him. Its aura was intimidating, and its pressure was brilliant. Buzz! The phoenix phantom trembled slightly and flew out quietly, biting at the dozen black figures. Not good. Attack together. Upon seeing this phoenix phantom, dozens of black figures were intimidated by the aura and retreated. They all became solemn. Dozens of people joined forces and formed an array. Dozens of people piled up. Rolling black chi gathered like a wave and instantly formed a huge palm in the void. His hand was huge and vast as he grabbed at the phoenix phantom, as if he wanted to trap it. You don't know what's going on. Mu Jiuhuang chuckled. This phoenix phantom was copied by Senior Phoenix. Even if it did not have 1/1000th of Senior Phoenix's strength, it still had a prototype. Screech! The phoenix let out a loud cry and suddenly spread its wings. The moment it spread its wings, endless flames seemed to burn the heavens, and the dark hand was instantly penetrated by the flames. Boom! The phoenix phantom turned into a stream of light. Its wings carried a great force as it slapped towards the dozens of black figures. Bang! The dozens of black figures were smashed into pieces, turning into wisps of black gas that dissipated into the air. How did these people come to be? Mu Jiuhuang's phoenix eyes narrowed as she stared at the black chi. Last time in the Western Bull continent, it was also these black-robed men who were all-powerful. Even if the 9th level of the tribulation was nothing in his eyes, these black-robed men were clearly mass-produced, regardless of their figure, physique, realm, or aura. It was completely similar. However, these men in black had intelligence. Mu Jiuhuang found it hard to understand. But now the answer was right in front of him. Black sky, if this is all you have, you will die today. Mu Jiuhuang's aura was like a rainbow, and her voice was dignified. It was filled with a kind of inviolability. At this moment, she was the high and mighty Empress. Mighty Empress. The Empress is domineering. The experts behind Mu Jiuhuang all had looks of admiration on their faces. This was the Empress, the high and mighty Empress. Hee Mu Jiuhuang. Do you think I don't know that you have broken through to the Deshang stage during the Battle of the Western Bull Continent? But, do you know that I have also broken through to the Deshang realm? He Tianxiong laughed coldly. His aura burst forth, and his black aura spread throughout the secret chamber like a tide. The temperature of the entire secret chamber dropped in an instant, and a bone-chilling coldness filled the air. Imperial Preceptor and the others were even more suppressed by the aura until they could not breathe. Mahayana. It was the aura of a Mahayana realm expert. You have broken through to the Mahayana realm and are now in the Mahayana realm. Mu Jiehuang's phoenix eyes were filled with anger. Haha, that dark castle is absorbing the fate of the Tianyuan continent again. If I can't break through to the Mahayana realm even with that, then wouldn't one be too useless? He Tianqiong sneered and directly told him about the secret chamber of the dark castle. Now that the dark citadel had appeared, all the cultivators on the continent knew about it. There was no need to hide it. One thing today is the day you die. He Tianqiong laughed loudly and snorted coldly. The aura around him turned cold like a blade as he punched towards Mu Jiehuang. His fists were stained with black aura. The black aura was like two small mountains, and its aura was powerful and heavy. Kacha! In fact, in the air, the fist's momentum directly brought about a sonic boom. Amidst the sonic boom, the entire secret chamber began to shake, as if it could not withstand this pressure. Bang! He Tianqiong's fists directly hit Mu Jiehuang's protective vital essence. Mu Jiehuang's figure was pushed back more than 10 steps, and her face was a little pale. Two fine cracks had already appeared on the protective Zhen Yuan around her body. As these two fine cracks appeared, Mu Jiehuang's face darkened. Previously, He Tianqiong was only at the 5th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm, but now he had quietly broken through to the Great Ascension realm. It must be related to the mysterious organization behind him. This mysterious organization could mass-produce 9th-level Tribulation Transcendence experts, and even create those at the Mahayana realm. They definitely had a shocking scheme. Then I'll let you see why one can become an empress. Mu Jiehuang shouted loudly. Her loud and clear female voice was filled with pressure. It could not be disobeyed, and the power around her surged. She was going to take down Black Sky today, and ask about the secret of the forces behind him. Chapter 122 Chapter 122. That's a bright future. _I. Chapter 122. That's a bright future. _I. Screech. Suddenly, the red vital essence light around Mu Jiehuang's body gathered and formed a huge fire phoenix phantom again. The fire phoenix opened its arms and endless flames bloomed, as if it wanted to burn the heavens. Go! Mu Jiehuang shouted again. With the force of her palm, the fire phoenix fell towards the black sky. She was able to become the #1 expert of the human race in the past, and even defeat all those old monsters at the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm, because of her true strength. In the same realm, Mu Jiehuang had always been invincible. The vast palm force, coupled with the brilliant phoenix phantom, seemed to be able to intimidate the heavens. The black gas in the entire secret chamber began to emit crackling sounds as the fire phoenix passed by. It was obvious that it was afraid. Fight! He Tianqiong said coldly. No one saw that the moment he made his move, a small skull about the size of a thumb was thrown out. With a whoosh, the skull enlarged and became incomparably huge. What? Mu Jiehuang was shocked, because the skull in front of her had actually swallowed the fire phoenix phantom. Then, a force as heavy as a mountain smashed down on her. Kacha! With a crisp sound, the protective Zhen Yuan around Mu Jiehuang completely exploded. However, the power of the skull did not diminish, and continued to bombard Mu Jiehuang. Puff! This time, Mu Jiehuang even spat out a mouthful of blood. She could vaguely hear the sound of bones breaking. Hee, so what if she's the 9 Phoenix matriarch? After the fallen emperor era, she dares to call herself an emperor, just because she's transcending a tribulation. What a joke. He Tianqiong sneered. With a wave of his hand, the skull stopped in midair. However, a huge force still enveloped Mu Jiehuang. Even the space where Mu Jiehuang could retreat was completely sealed. How can you be so strong? Mu Jiehuang stared at the skull in the sky and asked with a frown. The power contained in this skull was not to be underestimated. Hee, this is the power gifted by an immortal from the upper world. How can you defeat it? A mere mortal dares to fight an immortal? He Tianqiong's face was filled with arrogance and yearning. As long as they opened the ancient door and released the existence inside, the immortal would guide them to ascend and become an immortal. His vicious eyes were filled with anticipation. What is the purpose of the organization behind you? What does it have to do with the upper realm? Mu Jiahuang stared at He Tianxiong in shock. This mysterious force was actually related to the upper realm. It was unbelievable. Hehe, we are the future of the Tianyuan continent. We will yearn for an even stronger future. As for you, a dying person, there's no need to know. He Tianxiong sneered and took out a crystal ball. The image of the skeletal man appeared on the crystal ball. Master, I have defeated Mu Jiahuang. Do you want to kill her? He Tianxiong asked respectfully. Soul search first and find out that person's identity before killing him. The skeletal man said in a hoarse voice. Yes. He Tianxiong nodded and put away the crystal ball. A huge black hand grabbed towards Mu Jiahuang's head. He wanted to search his soul. He searched through Mu Jiahuang's memories. Great Empress. Everyone present had anxious expressions on their faces. However, they were suppressed by He Tianxiong's aura of the Mahayana realm and could not move at all. They could only shout anxiously. Soon, He Tianxiong's divine thoughts entered Mu Jiahuang's sea of consciousness. What? However, at this moment, He Tianxiong's expression changed drastically. He saw a boundless sea, and the monstrous seawater flowed backward. There seemed to be a vague shadow of a Xuanwu stirring the wind and clouds. Mu Jiahuang grinned. She had just bowed, but that was just a pretense. Her purpose was to get information from He Tianxiong. It was only under such circumstances that He Tianxiong would mistakenly think that victory was within his grasp, and thus reveal the secret. The black tortoise phantom was naturally the water law that Mu Jiahuang had grasped under the guidance of the black tortoise. The sea water poured back, and the terrifying power attacked He Tianxiong's sea of consciousness. He Tianxiong was caught off guard, and suffered such a tragic attack. His face changed drastically and turned pale. His body twitched and he flew backward. The crystal ball in his hand fell to the ground with a crack, and shattered into countless transparent fragments. His entire body was struck by the 9 Phoenix Matriarch's palm. The vast palm force directly exploded He Tianxiong's body. The secret is already clear. Then you people should die. Mu Jiahuang said coldly. At this moment, the imperial advisor and the others had also regained their freedom, and their faces revealed a happy expression. Well done. These scumbags are not worthy of being cultivators. The imperial advisor said angrily, with a look of disbelief on his face. Back then, they sacrificed 99,000 boys and girls, and slaughtered thousands of villages. Countless people were killed. Those scum deserved to die. 5 years ago, another 10,000 immortal cultivators were sacrificed. More than 10 years ago. Good kill, vent your anger. That's right. Voices of relief rang out one after another. These people of the 9 Phoenix dynasty recounted all the brutal sins of this organization. Back then, Mu Jiahuang had returned from Shao Changtian's courtyard and killed the traitor of the 9 Phoenix dynasty, who had secretly attacked her. However, he had learned about this mysterious organization from the traitor. The reason was that the Empress was investigating them. Therefore, he asked 9 Phoenix to attack the spy and obtain the trace of Phoenix bloodline in Mu Jiahuang's body at the same time. Great Empress, shall we go and destroy the Dark Castle now? Just in time. Yes, yes. The few of them echoed. However, Mu Jiahuang shook her head. I'll listen to Master's arrangements. Upon hearing this, the imperial advisor and the others looked at each other and fell silent. They had only heard of this expert, but they had never seen him in person. The Empress had already broken through to the Deshang realm, and was invincible on the continent. How could there be anyone stronger than the Empress? They felt that it was impossible, so they wanted to meet the so-called master that the Empress mentioned. Great Empress, can you let us meet Senior? From what you've said, it's too unbelievable, right? Yes, yes. Many expectant voices sounded. Mu Jiahuang smiled faintly. Don't worry. Senior has said that he will come to the 9 Phoenix dynasty after a while. That's good, that's good. The few experts laughed, but a hint of unwillingness flashed in their eyes. They looked at each other. They were already prepared. When that expert arrived at the Nine Phoenix Dynasty, they would definitely ask for advice. Chapter 123. Chapter 123. This is a peerless sword in Tentalai. Chapter 123. This is a peerless sword in Tentalai. When the Black Sky sect leader was killed, the next day at dawn, it caused an uproar. It even shook the entire continent. However, in order to cover up the truth of the matter, Mu Jiahuang directly disguised the scene as a suicide scene. At the same time, they elected a new chief, a chief who truly submitted to the Nine Phoenix Dynasty. Only then did the storm of this matter pass. As for the secret chamber, the skeleton mask was already furious. Last night, it was clear that he had a 100% chance of killing Mu Jiahuang. Why did it end up like this? At the same time, North Moon Royal Super. The atmosphere in Dynasty last night was tense and serious. There was even a chilling aura in the air. Of course, this was for the officials of the North Moon Empire. The officials could not sleep at night. That was because Jiang Beichen was not sleeping in the royal palace. Countless commoners entered the court and began to complain about the crimes of these corrupt officials in the throne room. From yesterday afternoon until sunrise this morning, all of them were recorded. Did the North Moon Emperor know that Jiang Beichen was about to officially step into cultivation, and that he had acknowledged a peerless expert as his master? He immediately expressed his support. In the entire palace, countless officials did not sleep. Countless organizations began to operate. Overnight, the names of those corrupt officials were all investigated and verified. Capture him. The North Moon Emperor's voice was icy cold. As soon as the order was given, a tragic cry that sounded like a pig being slaughtered rang out in the entire North Moon Empire. Pingshang Enterprise, fuck your ancestors. Chen Yuqian, if you go to hell, you will definitely go to the 18th level of hell. Chen Qian, I'm going to skin you alive and eat your flesh. Chen Qian, you're killing me. Chen Qian and Chen Yuqian were cursed by the arrested officials, their voices completely drowning out the ordinary people. The people's job was to watch the show. After eating the melon, he threw the rind of the melon on the faces of these corrupt officials. Within the North Moon Imperial Palace, more than half of the officials were directly pushed to the front of the shops on the plateau and executed. This street was dyed red by the blood, but the commoners were not afraid at all. They only clapped their hands happily. In the history of the North Moon Empire, this day was known as the Corrupted Officials' Day. The goal was to make the officials of the North Moon Empire clean and upright. Even after thousands of years, the North Moon Empire had become a place that many empires yearned for. Of course, this was all for later. Compensate the people with double the amount of money lost. If anyone dares to play tricks during this process, you know the consequences. Also, Jiang Beichen was in charge of the overall situation, and he did everything by himself without a hint of slack. He could only look for his master after he was halfway done with this matter. His master's attitude towards this matter was extremely serious previously. He definitely could not make the slightest mistake. Another day and night passed. Jiang Beichen did not dare to slack off. He did not even sleep. His powerful ability to govern the country was also completely demonstrated at this moment. Phew! Finally, on the morning of the third day, Jiang Beichen let out a long sigh. He put down the brush in his hand and dragged his heavy body to stand up. However, because he had not rested for the past few days, Jiang Beichen's mortal body had yet to start cultivating. He instantly staggered and fell to the ground. Bang! A dull and loud sound rang out. The guards around him were shocked and hurriedly helped him up. Even the North Moon Emperor, who had just arrived, was shocked. Jiang Beichen had been working too hard during this period of time. He had no time to rest at all. Son, why don't you rest for a day? The North Moon Emperor could not help but ask. No, Jiang Beichen shook his head. His master had instructed him to look for him once this matter was settled. This was Jiang Beichen's opportunity, and he could not miss it. Jiang Beichen narrowed his eyes and opened them again. He regained some of his composure and began to walk toward the inn in a daze. In the inn, Xiao Changtian listened to the waiter's story and nodded in satisfaction. In just a few days, the empire had been shaken, and more than half of the corrupt officials had been eliminated. It seemed that this disciple of his was very courageous. Xiao Changtian thought for a while, and felt that he should not treat his disciple unfairly. Then give me a gift, Xiao Changtian said lightly. Then he walked into his room and picked up the phoenix feather pen. He wrote a poem on the paper in front of him. The edge of a sword is sharpened, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. Xiao Changtian nodded in satisfaction after writing this poem. This poem was perfect to encourage Jiang Beichen. This, on the side, Taoist De Yang, who saw the calligraphy, clearly saw the blossoming of the winter plum blossoms. However, a sharp blade tore through the air from the plum blossoms. That sword broke the biting cold winter and tore apart the whistling north wind. It was as if that sword was about to leap out from the words and pierce into his sea of consciousness. The great sun immortal hurriedly shifted his gaze away, his expression shocked. He didn't dare to look directly at the sword intent contained in this sword. He didn't even dare to look at it anymore. The more he looked, the more he realized that the sword intent was deep. In fact, the true meaning of the sword contained in it could completely suppress the Nanming primordial fire painting. Taoist Big Sun, what do you think of my painting? Xiao Changtian asked with a smile when he saw the great Sun Jinren staring at him. Wonderful, wonderful. The immortal De Yang said in a deep voice, his praise coming from the bottom of his heart. Senior's calligraphy, be it the structure of the calligraphy, the movement of the brush, or the supreme sword intent contained in the calligraphy, was flawless. The exquisiteness of creation was already not something he could comment on. That's good. Xiao Changtian nodded. It seemed that this calligraphy was very suitable as a gift to Jiang Beichen. Dong 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 dong. While Xiao Changtian was thinking about this matter, a knock sounded on the door. It was Jiang Beichen. Master, my disciple Jiang Beichen is here to pay his respects. Jiang Beichen stood outside the door and said respectfully, "Come in," Xiao Changtian said lightly. He had originally thought that his disciple would take a day off to deal with the matters of the North Moon Empire for the past few days. He did not expect that he would come today. Master. Jiang Beichen walked in and bowed once more, showing the utmost courtesy. After Xiao Changtian asked him to stand up, Jiang Beichen greeted Wang Miaoshou and the great Sun Immortal. Looking at Jiang Beichen, who was so devoted to learning, Xiao Changtian nodded and handed the calligraphy to him. This is... Jiang Beichen looked over and felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He could feel a shocking sword intent. Even the meridians and blood in his body were affected and began to boil. This is a peerless sword intent. Chapter 124. Chapter 124. Fuck him 1. Chapter 124. Fuck him 1. In Jiang Beichen's mind, a world filled with snow and ice appeared. That world was filled with devastation and snow. There was only coldness. It was bone-chilling cold. It was just like the period when he could not find a supreme foundation and disguised himself as a profligate son. However, in that vast world of white snow, the vitality of all living things was harvested. Dozens of plum blossoms stood proudly in the snow and bloomed. There were even wisps of fragrance seeping into his heart and spleen. No matter how cold the wind blew, the plum blossoms did not move at all. In fact, it was even more vibrant, even more charming, and even more fragrant. Jiang Beichen's mind was filled with those dark days. It was extremely difficult, and he could not see any hope. The sword edge is forged from grinding, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. Jiang Beichen muttered to himself. Suddenly, a layer of enlightenment rose in his heart. His master was telling him that only by experiencing the bone-chilling cold could he bloom like a plum blossom and give off a delicate fragrance. Jiang Beichen's eyes shone brightly. He had already taken this mighty figure as his master. That period of darkness had passed, and the days to come would become as sharp as a sword, emitting a cold light. His state of mind suddenly changed. In the world of ice and snow within the calligraphy, the snow plum blossom in front of him suddenly turned into a sharp sword. What kind of sword was that? It flew out from the plum blossoms. It was spotless and shiny. The snowflakes that fell were directly shattered by the sharp sword chi. Then the sword slashed out. In an instant, there was only this sword in the world. This sword cut through the cold wind. It broke through the endless winter. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and the huge sun emitted endless light. The light was warm and scorching, completely melting the ice and snow on the ground. The entire world turned into a huge lake. In the lake, lotus flowers bloomed, looking extremely enchanting. The flower bud bloomed, emitting a bird's fragrance. It was a fragrance different from plum blossoms, but it was equally refreshing and refreshing. Facing the beautiful scenery in front of him, Jiang Beichen felt the exhaustion in his mind disappear instantly. The long sword landed on the lotus flower. Half of it was a winter plum flower, and the other half was a lotus flower. Two different worlds appeared. Those are two different supreme sword intents. Jiang Beichen's heart was shaken, and he was completely lost in the thought. That's strange. I like this calligraphy so much. Xiao Changtian looked at Jiang Beichen, who was holding the calligraphy book without moving. His face was filled with joy. It was obvious that he was immersed in it. Forget it. It's hard to recover from being immersed in calligraphy. 1 foot 11 inches. Go and rest for a while. Writing this calligraphy is quite exhausting. Xiao Changtian said lightly. He stretched his body and left the room of the great sun immortal, returning to his own room to take a nap. Is this an epiphany? After Xiao Changtian left, the great sun immortal looked at Jiang Beichen and retreated continuously, because the sword will around Jiang Beichen was rapidly increasing. Level 1 Sword Essence. Level 2 Sword Essence, Sword Intent Level 10. However, it was not over yet. It was still increasing. Jiang Beichen, who was looking at the calligraphy, was actually fighting with the sword intent around him. On the left side of Jiang Beichen's body was a bone-chilling world. The cold wind was biting, and countless sword chi was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, harvesting the vitality of all things. On the right side of his body was a midsummer day. The sun was bright and beautiful, and the lotus flowers were blooming. The sword chi produced 2, 2 produced 3, and 3 produced infinite copies. The two sword intents seemed to be the two extremes of yin and yang. Colliding and struggling, they could complement each other. They are two extreme forms of the surplus pulse. The raging sword essence was so powerful that even the great Sun Jinren could not get close to the golden task. Qi refining foundation building golden core gold core. What kind of cultivation speed is this? The great Sun Immortal was shocked. At this moment, Jiang Beichen was in two extreme sword domains, and his cultivation was rising like a rocket. In just a few breaths, his cultivation had surpassed the great Sun Immortal. The great Sun Immortal looked shocked and incredulous. Meow dash. At this moment, the white tiger walked over. He walked in front of Jiang Beichen. In an instant, the brilliant white tiger phantom appeared as if it was shocking the heavens. The white tiger raised its claws, and the terrifying laws of the great Tao directly descended. The aura of the great path revolved around Jiang Beichen's body, helping him stabilize his realm. After 2 hours, Jiang Beichen finally opened his eyes. The instant he opened his eyes, two terrifying sword shadows circled around him. In an instant, the 100,000 demon mountains in the distance suddenly shattered. In an instant, the screams of demons could be heard. I've broken through. Jiang Beichen's face was filled with joy. He could sense the terrifying energy in his body, and only then did he retract the two sword wills completely. So when Master asked me to choose the Tao of calligraphy, he was actually choosing the supreme Tao of the sword. I see. Thank you, Master. Jiang Beichen knelt down again and bowed toward Xiao Changtian's room. Seeing Jiang Beichen break through, White Tiger yawned and quietly left. She returned to Xiao Changtian's room and jumped into his arms again. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the mission of accepting a disciple. Reward Monkey King. The system notification sounded. In an instant Jiang Beichen, who was sleeping soundly, woke up. Damn system, you're disturbing my beautiful dream. Xiao Changtian was speechless. He looked over and saw a monkey on the table. Monkey King? Xiao Changtian looked at the monkey in front of him and murmured. The monkey in front of him had golden fur all over its body and was relatively large. It's clearly a golden monkey, but a monkey king? I almost thought that I would be rewarded with the monkey king. Xiao Changtian smacked his lips. 1 foot 11 inches call you Wukong. Wukong, I'll sleep for a while longer. Xiao Changtian gave the monkey a name and lay down on the bed. He was still not fully awake. He needed to go back to sleep. After Xiao Changtian fell asleep, the monkey's face instantly revealed a look of joy. Hee, all my old friends are here. A green-haired turtle, an old hen, a dog, a little ant, and Fatty. Monkey King Wukong looked at Black Tortoise and the others and said with a smile, Monkey, do you want to be taught a lesson? This time, the Black Tortoise and the Phoenix maintained the same tacit understanding. They shouted angrily, and their powerful auras directly crushed toward the monkey. Hey, if you want to fight, go out and fight. Monkey chuckled and scratched his ears and cheeks. He turned into an afterimage and instantly disappeared from the room. Black Tortoise and Phoenix looked at each other and flew out as well. Fuck him. Chapter 125. Chapter 125. Should I absorb his yang qi? _I. Chapter 125. Should I absorb his yang qi? _I. Monkey, we'll give you another chance to reorganize your words. Phoenix was enraged. This Sea King is magnanimous. Although it is correct for you to scold an old hen, you actually said that this Sea King is an ugly turtle. This cannot be tolerated. The Black Tortoise was also furious. What did you say? Are you courting death? Phoenix's spearhead changed instantly because of Black Tortoise's words. Monkey, on the other hand, did not mind the commotion. He clapped happily and said, Fight, fight. In an instant, the three of them started fighting. The figure behind the Black Tortoise that was as tall as the sky shook the 9 heavens, and endless seawater surged around him. The Phoenix spread its wings and flew up into the sky. The endless fire around it seemed to be burning the void. The monkey chuckled, and a phantom of a monkey that was emitting golden light appeared behind him. Countless Sanskrit words surrounded the phantom, and the Buddhist light shone brightly, illuminating the heavens. The 3 divine beasts fought, and the void almost collapsed. This monkey still likes to stir up trouble. The ant shook its head helplessly and looked at Alpha. Understood. Alpha nodded. The chessboard under his feet suddenly soared into the void and expanded. The horizontal chess lines turned into a huge cage, trapping the 3 divine beasts in a world. It's my turn. The pony nodded, and a red light appeared on its 2 antennae. With a flash of light, the chessboard was sent away from this place. It's finally quiet. Xiaoma said calmly. Only Fatty Rongrong was so scared that she didn't dare to speak. Even the Sea King Big Boss and the Phoenix Boss dared to provoke them. It was incredible. Another ruthless character. He did not dare to provoke such a ruthless character. Fatty Rongrong was so frightened that her entire body trembled, trembling. Another 2 hours passed. Only then did Xiao Changtian rest. He stretched his body and got up. Why is Monkey's face swollen? Xiao Changtian looked over and saw that the monkey's face was covered in bruises. Fortunately, Xiao Changtian didn't pay attention to the 2. A piece of Black Tortoise's turtle shell fell off. The old hen seemed to have lost a lot of feathers. Forget it, wait for me to come back. Xiao Changtian shook his head and took out the feed. He fed the green-haired turtle and the monkey. He had to think about the bookstore now. Since he had already taken in a disciple, it was time for Chongqing Bookstore to open up. Jiang Beichen was the crown prince of the North Moon Empire, so he could find the imperial bookstore to print for him. It would be more efficient and guaranteed. Xiao Changtian walked out with the white tiger in his arms and discussed the matter with Jiang Beichen. Jiang Beichen was flattered and immediately proposed to publish it for free. However, Xiao Changtian directly refused. He had to pay to test the waters. After all, Jiang Beichen was only learning calligraphy from him. What if he lost money, and the North Moon Empire came looking for him? Although it was unlikely. Thus, after the two sides discussed, Xiao Changtian's Longevity Academy, the victorious East Continent bookstore, was soon in the midst of preparation. 3 days later, the bookstore was officially established. However, this time, half of the crowd consisted of commoners and nobles. The commoners were grateful for Xiao Changtian's kindness and came to the bookstore to buy books. As for the rest of the officials and nobles, they were all silent out of fear. After knowing that it was the Crown Prince's master, they hurried over. However, those who were left were basically honest officials. Their families were poor and did not have much money. Therefore, Xiao Changtian could only sell the books at a loss. He gave the commoners 1 copper coin for each book, and the dignitaries 5 copper coins for each book. As expected, he's dead. Xiao Changtian's face was filled with disappointment. This time, he did not find a good market. His heart ached. But fortunately, he didn't let the North Moon Empire publish it for free. Otherwise, wouldn't he be scamming his disciple? How could a dignified master trick his disciple? Xiao Changtian felt better when he thought of this. However, in order to ease his sadness, Xiao Changtian felt that he should go back and rest for a while. Being depressed was harmful to the body, so he couldn't hold it in. Sleep, sleep. Xiao Changtian turned around and went back to his room to rest. What Xiao Changtian didn't know was that a young girl had also seen this book. What era was this? Even in my era, it was impossible for there to be such a powerful person. The young girl was dressed in cotton clothes. Although she looked extremely elegant and heroic, her face was pale. It was obvious that she was seriously injured. Behind him, there was a white fox tail. She was the saintess of the nine-tailed fox race. However, she realized that the grand elder of the clan wanted to refine her into a cultivation vessel. She had no choice but to escape with the help of her father's servants. Uncle Fu, don't worry. I'll definitely feed the cows for revenge. 2 lines of tears flowed down from the young girl's charming eyes, and her expression was sorrowful. After the sadness, the girl's gaze became firm again. She wanted to cultivate to the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Then she would kill her way back and kill the Great Elder. She would lead the Nine-Tailed Fox clan and find out the truth about her father's disappearance. The young girl's gaze was firm as she looked at the page in her hand. Her eyes flickered slightly. This person was able to write such a magnificent masterpiece. It doesn't seem like a fabricated story at all. Moreover, there are some legends. There are even records in the ancient books of the nine-tailed fox race. It's just that it's much worse than the description in the book. Could this person be an old monster? The young girl guessed that she wanted to take this person as her master. If she could take this person as her master, her strength would definitely increase by another level. In fact, he could even reach the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm in the shortest amount of time. However, humans and demons are different. Humans and demons are basically irreconcilable. Even if this person is an expert, will he kill me? The young lady's eyes were filled with worry. Helpless, he could only find an inn and stay there. This inn is the cheapest. The girl looked at the little gold left in her hand and said with a somewhat embarrassed expression, "Guest, your room is ready. It's the first room upstairs." The waiter took out the key and ordered. Then, he brought the girl upstairs, and the two of them went to the first room. What dense yang qi? The young lady raised her eyebrows immediately, because she discovered that there was an extremely dense yang qi in the room next to her. Moreover, she could vaguely hear snoring sounds. It was a man. A man? Should I absorb his yang qi? Help me recover from my injuries? Hesitation flashed across the young girl's face. She had never done such a thing before. It was because she felt that such a cultivation was a violation of the heavens and reason, and could not be tolerated by the great Tao. However, the injuries in her body were extremely heavy. Forget it. 1 foot 11 inches, be the evil person for once. The girl gritted her teeth. Chapter 126. Chapter 126. You're not going to do a fairy dance, are you? _L. Chapter 126. You're not going to do a fairy dance, are you? _L. No, no matter what. I'm still the holy maiden of the nine-tailed fox race. My parents once taught me not to do anything that would harm the heavens and reason. But the injuries in my body. While she was struggling, Sudaji felt a sharp pain in her body. The intense pain made her face pale like a piece of white paper. Even the nine-tailed tail behind him could not be hidden. It wouldn't even take long for her to reveal her fox form again. At that time, she would only be eaten alive in the territory of the human race in the cultivation world. When he thought about how the foxes were killed by humans, they would skin the foxes and make them into fox fur. Their bodies would even be made into all kinds of food, sprinkled with chili and cumin. Sudaji's body trembled even more violently, and she felt a lingering fear in her heart. Furthermore, there was Barkley's hatred and the truth about his parents' disappearance. He had to do everything himself. I definitely can't die here. Sudaji's expression was firm, as she began to burn the blood essence in her body to maintain it. At most 1 foot 11 inches, just absorb a little less. This person's yang qi is the densest I've ever seen. I'll give him another medicinal pill as compensation. Is that still not enough? This is the healing medicine of the Fox clan. The human clan can also use it. It can completely make up for the loss of his yang qi. Sudaji thought to herself as a white pill appeared in her delicate hand. A soft white light burst out from the pill. The white light was pure and crystal clear, as if it was the holiest thing in the world. Thinking of this, Sudaji was relieved. He just wanted a little bit of his yang energy to recover from his injuries. It shouldn't be considered a heinous act. Hence he decided to do it. The roundabout sunset had completely disappeared. Night had fallen, and the galaxy hung low. Sudaji walked out of her room and observed her surroundings. Very good, there's no one. Sudaji grinned. As long as she hid in the dark, there would be people in the dark who could discover her existence. Little did she know that she had already been discovered. Do you need us to take action? The immortal De Yang looked at Wang Miaoshu. The two of them lay on the bed and opened their eyes. No need. Senior Black Tortoise and the others are in Master's room. There's no need for us to do anything. Wang Miaoshu waved his hand and turned around. That's true. The Great Sun Immortal also flipped over. In the room to Xiao Changtian's right, Chu Iran was fast asleep. The Snow Wolf King was initially on guard, but when it thought of the Black Tortoise and the other mythical beasts, it narrowed its eyes again and buried its head into Chu Iran's chest. Jiang Beichen, who was still comprehending the sword essence in his room and had not slept, originally planned to go out. However, after thinking about it, there was no need for that. He dared to enter his master's room. You're courting death. Therefore, Sudaji quietly opened the door of the room when the 5 people discovered her. She tiptoed in, her pair of foxy eyes glowing with a faint green light. In an instant, she saw Xiao Changtian on the bed. Xiao Changtian's breathing was steady and his body was tall. Sudaji could feel his aura as he breathed. Sudaji's body could not help but tremble. The yang qi was too strong. Just by asking a little, she felt a warm current in her body. The injuries in his body began to heal slowly. She couldn't take it anymore. She wanted to go over and squeeze Xiao Changtian dry right now. Bah! What do you mean by squeezing dry and absorbing yang qi? Sudaji shook her head. She did not know why she felt like she was being squeezed dry. Under the faint moonlight, it seemed that a blush appeared on her pink face. Because she was from the nine-tailed fox race, she looked delicate and charming, as if she had a soul-devouring charm that made people's hearts flutter. Bang! The sound of the door closing was extremely soft. The sound of Sudaji closing the door was extremely soft. She did not intend to use any demonic arts or bewitching arts on the mortal in front of her, because that would cause damage to the mortal's body. She tiptoed towards Xiao Changtian. Just a little bit. I'll just suck a little bit from you. Anyway, you have so much. Sudaji slowly approached. Black Tortoise and the others who were resting on the ground naturally sensed it. In an instant, Terrifying, huge, and heaven-shaking phantoms flickered in the dark night. It was a shadow of a black tortoise that was as tall as the sky. The black tortoise's 4 legs were like pillars that supported the sky. The seawater around him surged. A phoenix spread its wings, and flames spread around its body. The power of the true phoenix fire was brilliant, as if it wanted to burn the heavens. The dogs opened their bloody mouths, as if they wanted to devour the moon. An ant walked out of the chaos. A monkey jumped out of the primordial chaos. There was also a black and white bear that looked the easiest to bully. However, every single one of these auras made it difficult for her to breathe. The pain in her body from before was completely forgotten at this moment. She felt a chill run down her spine. Black tortoise, phoenix, divine dog, ant, spirit, monkey, fatty, woo-woo. How can there be such a terrifying thing around a mortal? I'm going to die. Sue Daji's big, watery eyes sparkled with tears as she muttered in her heart. She's pretty, don't move, she's my dish. Black tortoise stared at Sue Daji. How could he not see that this was a little fox? But she was very good looking. Old dirty turtle, you stinky man. Phoenix cast a disdainful glance at Black tortoise and ignored him. She lay down and continued to sleep. Since the black tortoise was in charge of this matter, it had nothing to do with them. The godly beasts continued to lie down and sleep. During this process, they all used divine essence to communicate, not daring to make the slightest sound. Seeing the old dirty turtle put away the black tortoise phantom and walk towards her, Sue Daji was extremely afraid. Was this black tortoise going to eat her? I'm so scared. Sue Daji trembled. A strong desire to live made her suddenly burst out with unprecedented strength. He quickly bypassed the dirty old turtle and pounced on Xiao Changtian, lying down beside him. Not good. Seeing this scene, the black tortoise was shocked. Its master had a temper when he woke up. She was woken up. Any thought of the tragic scene of him being stewed with turtle soup. Xuanwu hurriedly pretended to sleep. The others were the same. Xiao Changtian felt something strange on his body, as if something was rubbing against him. He woke up from his sleep and saw Sue Daji lying on top of him. Sue Daji looked pitiful as if she was crying. Xiao Changtian wanted to get angry and not let him rest properly, but he met Sue Daji's eyes. It was still midnight. Instantly, a chill ran down his spine. You're not going to do a fairy dance, are you? Chapter 127. Chapter 127. Bookstore sold well. Do you also think this book is good? _I. Chapter 127. Bookstore sold well. Do you also think this book is good? _I. Immortals jump. Sue Daji, who was lying on Xiao Changtian's body, was stunned. What was that? Was the immortal jumping? Her pure eyes showed her sincerity. She did not know. However, this was the first time she had heard of this, so she really wanted to know. Other than fear in her clear eyes, there was also a desire to know. She didn't know if anyone would tell her. When don't buy this. Get down. I don't need this kind of service. Xiao Changtian said with a serious face. What could a man and a woman do alone in the middle of the night? He didn't even need to think to know. However, Xiao Changtian was very shrewd. Ever since his previous life, after a friend of his was killed once, he had completely learned not to believe this. Instead of messing around, he might as well find a girlfriend. Some people said it wasn't worth it, because they didn't have a long-term view. A girlfriend was for a lifetime, and quenching their thirst was only temporary. Oh sorry. Sue Daji nodded, and quickly got off the bed. She put her palms together, and placed them in front of her lower abdomen. She lowered her head like a child who had made a mistake, and her face was filled with fear. She only felt a cold wind blowing from behind her, a bone-piercing chill. Those divine beasts were still behind her. They might be swallowed by the divine beasts at any time. That's more like it. You can leave. I won't pursue this matter with you this time. Xiao Changtian stared at Sue Daji. He didn't expect her to be so obedient. Xiao Changtian couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. Couldn't she use some other methods on him and try it out for a while before continuing? However, seeing that Sue Daji was only 16 or 17 years old, Xiao Changtian waved his hand and signaled her to leave. I don't dare. I'm afraid, Su Daji said in a low voice. She turned her body sideways and looked at the turtle. Her entire body turned cold. That was the black tortoise, the divine beast black tortoise. Even the great elder was no match for the black tortoise. He would be swallowed by the black tortoise in one gulp. The black tortoise's aura was too terrifying. He had never seen such a terrifying aura before. Because her body was scared, she started to tremble. Her center of gravity started to lose its balance. She tilted her body and crashed into Xiao Changtian again. Don't come over. Xiao Changtian saw that she wanted to come over, so he symbolically stretched out his hands to stop her. Thus, Su Daji's body fell into Xiao Changtian's arms. A delicate fragrance accompanied the wind, seeping into Xiao Changtian's nose. Leave. Xiao Changtian's face turned serious. I'm still a virgin. I can't take it. The moment he felt Su Daji's body temperature and smelled the fragrance, Xiao Changtian felt the blood in his body churning, as if it was about to gush out. You mustn't. Xiao Changtian didn't want to lose face anymore. He couldn't possibly faint after 2 flirtatious encounters. He was a man. He was very brave, all right. Helplessly, she could only let Su Daji get up quickly. Yes. Su Daji hurriedly nodded and her face turned red. As the saintess, this was the first time she had such contact with the opposite sex, even though they were of different races. Su Daji stood up and hurriedly tidied her clothes. Leave now. I'll personally watch you leave, Xiao Changtian said in a deep voice, his voice filled with anger. Fortunately, after Su Daji got up, the surging blood in her body calmed down a little, and she did not faint. Xiao Changtian didn't expect this either. He thought that he had enough resistance. However, after this period of time, he actually couldn't do it anymore. It seemed that after he returned this time, he should go find his fiancée that he had never met before. It was the betrothal that his father, whom he had never met before, had given him. Originally, his fiancée's father had come to talk about this matter. However, Xiao Changtian was from the Blue Planet, and he was also a gardener. He did not dare to get married without money. He said that he would wait until the end of the year to earn some money. Now, his bookstore not only guaranteed that he did not have to worry about food and clothing, but he was also slightly rich. It was time to consider marriage. As for the path to invincibility, he could take it slow and not rush it. Anyway, this stupid system did not intend to let him open the path to invincibility in the short term. But I'm afraid of them. Su Daji pointed at the black tortoise, and the others in front of her with a terrified expression. Xiao Changtian frowned. What kind of bad habit was this? Just like Jior, he was afraid of a green-haired turtle. How did the green-haired turtle get in? Xiao Changtian felt a headache coming on. However, if Su Daji stayed behind, it would not be good to be alone in the middle of the night. The main thing was that it was easy for people to fantasize. I'll send you out, Xiao Changtian said lightly. Only then did she send Su Daji away. The night passed. The sun was high in the sky. Xiao Changtian finally woke up. He couldn't fall asleep after Su Daji left last night. Lying on the bed, she felt her body heating up. It was not until the wee hours of the morning that she fell asleep again. Phew, it's already noon. Xiao Changtian was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his eyes. His routine had changed. This was okay. After walking out of the room and having breakfast, Xiao Changtian received an envelope from Mu Jiahuang. Mu Jiahuang originally wanted to send a true essence voice transmission, but after thinking about it, she realized that her master was an expert who had returned to his original state and concealed himself from the world of mortals. It was better to use an envelope. Jior invited me to go. This girl. However, we still have to wait for a period of time. The bookstore has not been established yet. In the end, it does not have a reputation, Xiao Changtian mumbled while eating his breakfast. However, Jiang Beichen brought him good news. Did any immortal cultivator see this book? In an instant, 1 spread it to 2, 2 spread it to 4, 4 spread it to 8, A large number of cultivators were shocked. These cultivators were all frantically buying the books, just like the Western Bull continent. The price had even soared to 100 taels of gold per book. Sold well. Explosive. The market was hot. The news from Jiang Beichen directly made Xiao Changtian pleasantly surprised. It seemed that good actions would shine everywhere. Looks like we can go to Jiaoer's house. Xiao Changtian was relieved this time. Disciple, pack up. We're going to Jiaoer's hometown, Xiao Changtian said to Jiang Beichen. Yes. Jiang Beichen was overjoyed. That was the Nine Phoenix dynasty, the rumored Nine Phoenix dynasty. He walked up the stairs. As for Chu Yiren, she was still sleeping soundly. At this moment, Xiao Changtian looked outside and saw the woman from last night. She was sitting at the dining table with a book in her hand. The book he was reading was the one he was currently publishing in the victorious East continent. He walked out and asked, "You also think this book is good?" Chapter 128 Footsteps from the Fox Raceli. Chapter 128 Footsteps from the Fox Raceli. Yes, this book makes me feel like it's real. The characters in it are all. Su Daji answered subconsciously, because she was completely engrossed in it. It wasn't until he was distracted that he noticed Xiao Changtian. "It's you." Su Daji stood up in a hurry. After what happened last night, she had understood one thing. Black tortoise, phoenix, sky-devouring dog, chaos ant, white tiger, spirit monkey. These divine beasts were reared by this mortal. The person who could make these divine beasts recognize him as their master was definitely not an ordinary person. There was only one possibility. The person in front of him was an expert. A peerless expert. His cultivation was so high that it was unimaginable to her. Just like what was described in the novel, his cultivation had reached a certain level, making it difficult for her to pry into his cultivation. This was especially true for some experts who had returned to their original state. Their cultivation had reached the extreme, and their auras were like mortals. Su Daji had figured it out last night. This was a peerless expert. However, as an expert, a human expert, he could naturally see through her foxy nature. Humans and demons were irreconcilable existences. However, the expert in front of him actually did not kill him. This meant that this expert was extremely kind, or did not want to expose his identity and be contaminated by the power of karma. Su Daji felt that it was the latter. Which expert was kind? Could it be that a person who was not ruthless could cultivate to a certain level? Impossible. A senior who considered karma when attacking was so terrifying. She did not dare to offend him. What kind of attitude is this? I'm not a bad person. Do you have to be so scared? I just asked you what you think of this book. Xiao Changtian smacked his lips. He was not a bad person. The girl in front of him seemed to have seen a peerless expert, and was so frightened. Was there a need to? Xiao Changtian was speechless. This book can be called an epic masterpiece. Whether it's the world described, the people in the world, or the cultivation techniques, it's simply as if they're real. Su Daji barked a lot, her face full of surprise. The more she spoke, the more excited she became. However, Xiao Changtian didn't care much about what he said after that. He only knew that Su Daji was praising this book. One thought female readers would only read romance novels like Overbearing President Fell in Love with Me, Sweet Love, and so on. I didn't expect the world of cultivation to be so different. Fantasy novels even have a market for female readers. Xiao Changtian nodded in satisfaction. I wrote this book. Xiao Changtian smiled and walked back to the inn. Only Su Daji's shocked back was left. This book is Did Senior write it? No wonder. No wonder. Su Daji was overjoyed. No wonder the senior in front of her could raise the black tortoise and other divine beasts. It turned out that he was an old monster who had survived from the era in the book. Hiss! Su Daji took a deep breath and looked shocked. But suddenly, her gaze became determined. I want to take Senior as my master. That way, I can kill Grand Elder and avenge Uncle Fu. One want to find the reason why my parents disappeared. Su Daji thought to herself. Then, he put away the book in his hand and walked back to his room. He began to consider how to take an expert as his master. At the same time, among the nine-tailed fox tribe, a burly man in silver armor revealed an extremely angry expression. With a slap, he killed the two first-stage tribulation transcenders who had stopped Su Daiji. You two are trash, yet you were held back by an old fellow. Damn it! The burly man's voice was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, all the experts present were silent like cicadas in winter, not daring to move. This burly man was the great elder of the nine-tailed fox race. The leader of the nine-tailed fox clan was Su Daji's father. However, after Su Daji's parents disappeared, the entire fox clan was led by the great elder. Many people were secretly guessing that the first elder had killed the clan leader. However, no one dared to question it. Except for Su Daiji. In the entire White Fox clan, the head elder was at the 9th stage of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. He was the strongest, but he had also become cruel and heartless. He often killed people, whether they were low-level cultivators or Tribulation Transcendence experts. The head elder would kill them without hesitation. There was no difference. No one in the hall dared to speak. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Ghost Fox Tianchong, you two go and capture the Saintess. After a long time, the burly man said in a deep voice. Yes. The two elders looked at each other, and hurriedly nodded in response. Then, the two of them disappeared from the hall, and left the nine-tailed fox clan. What's wrong with the great elder? He's like a completely different person from a few years ago. Could it be that the patriarch was really killed by the great elder? Elder Ghost Fox said in a deep voice. I don't know. We don't need to know about these things. Our current mission is to capture the Saintess. Elder Tianchong said in a deep voice. The two of them remained silent, and did not speak anymore. They followed Su Daji's aura according to the special secret method of the Fox clan. Very quickly, the two of them arrived in front of the inn. This is the place. Elder Tianchong's face was filled with joy. Inside the room, opening the window, Su Daji, who was thinking about a problem, saw the two of them immediately. In an instant, Su Daji hurriedly closed the window. The nine-tailed fox race is chasing after us. What should we do? What should we do? Su Daji was shocked and restless. She paced back and forth in the room. She recognized the two people who came. They were Elder Ghost Fox and Elder Tianchong. These two people were both experts at the second level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. I'm dead for sure. They must have listened to the Great Elder's orders, and come to capture me. Now it seems that it was the Great Elder who harmed my parents. Damn it. Su Daji gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. The current situation was very dangerous. If she was captured and brought back, she could only become the Great Elder's furnace, and be completely useless. It was impossible for her to take revenge in this lifetime. No, I have to think of a way, Su Daji was extremely anxious. Her mind was spinning rapidly. Perhaps it was because she was nervous that she had pushed herself to her limits. A flash of inspiration flashed in her mind. She thought of Xiao Changtian. Now, she could only seek Xiao Changtian's protection. If he could obtain Xiao Changtian's protection, then Elder Ghost Fox and Elder Tianchong would not be able to take him away today. That's right, let's do it. Su Daji was overjoyed and instantly calmed down. Even if she followed the senior, she could still make the two elders in the Tribulation Transcendence realm afraid. I'm really smart. Su Daji smiled and walked straight to the door of the room. Anyway, her room was not far from Xiao Changtian, so she could definitely find the senior before the two elders came up. However, just as she reached the door, heavy footsteps sounded outside the room. Chapter 129. Chapter 129. New Disciple Mission. Heading to the 9 Phoenix Dynasty 1. Chapter 129. New Disciple Mission. Heading to the 9 Phoenix Dynasty 1. Ding! He issued a mission to take in a demon as a disciple. Xiao Changtian simply fed a few turtles and chatted with Alpha. However, in these two games, Alpha had improved rapidly. He was still playing with Alpha at 10% of his previous strength, but Alpha was already able to play a dozen more pieces with him. After doing all this, Xiao Changtian felt a little tired. He lay down on the bed and prepared to count the silver notes. The white banknotes were pressed under his pillow. The bookstore in the victorious East Continent was sold well like hotcakes once again. Furthermore, it was the responsibility of the North Moon Empire, so he was extremely at ease. However, suddenly, the system notification sounded. Accept a demon as a disciple. System, are you asking me to die? If I were to take in a member of the demon race, wouldn't I be beaten to death by the immortal cultivators? There are no legends of heroes on the Tianyuan continent, nor are there any sadistic relationships between humans and demons. The two races are existences that cannot tolerate life and death. Xiao Changtian questioned the system. However, the system displayed its usual characteristic, silence. He didn't say a word. Xiao Changtian couldn't help but curse in his heart. This stupid system was really unreliable. This was clearly asking him to court death. However, Xiao Changtian thought about it and realized that there was a bug when he recruited Jiang Beichen. Taking a disciple whose cultivation talent was determined as a disciple, but he was handing over his disciple's calligraphy, which proved that the system tacitly approved of using bugs. Then what is the bug this time? Xiao Changtian's eyes were deep as he thought about it. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Demon race. That was a demon. A vixen was also counted. Was that woman from last night a vixen? She looked so enchanting. Forget it. In order to complete the mission, I'll save you from danger. System, I'll take that vixen as my disciple. Is this okay? Xiao Changtian asked calmly, waiting for the system's reply. Ding. Sure. This time, the system's correct notification sounded very quickly. Beautiful. Xiao Changtian was pleasantly surprised. He walked out of the room. Now that they were going to the Nine Phoenix Dynasty, he could invite Su Daji. Along the way, he could use all 18 martial arts to conquer Su Daji and make her acknowledge him as her master. Just like Jiang Beichen. A painting was enough. Therefore, Xiao Chang walked out of the room and knocked on Su Daji's door. Heavy footsteps and knocking sounds could be heard. Inside the room, Su Daiji heard the heavy footsteps and the knocking on the door. She was instantly shocked. It's over. Elder Ghost Fox and Elder Tianchong came so quickly? I'm dead. Su Daji stood in front of the door, her heart in despair. He closed his eyes and quietly waited for his tragic fate to descend. What are you doing? Why aren't you opening the door for me? Outside the room, Xiao Changtian was dumbfounded. Helpless, he could only shout, please open the door. As soon as Xiao Changtian finished speaking, Su Daji, who was in the room, was overjoyed. It wasn't Elder Ghost Fox and Elder Tianchong. I'm here. I'll open the door now. Su Daji's face was filled with joy. It was Senior. She did not expect Senior to knock on her door. That was great. She was safe now. She was almost scared to death. Senior. The moment she opened the door, Su Daji greeted him with a smile. She did not hide the sincerity in her eyes. Xiao Changtian was stunned. Senior? Could it be? Is it because of my book? Xiao Changtian thought about it. There were many people who called him Senior, and each of them had various reasons. As for the woman in front of him, this was the most reasonable explanation. He had been reading the book so seriously before, so he must have been mesmerized by the brilliance in the book. After she found out that she was the author, she became her female fan. Yes, this is the most reasonable explanation, Xiao Changtian thought. At the same time, he felt relieved. He was a female fan. Naturally, it was easy to negotiate. He would take it as if he was paying for her to travel. I've called you here this time because I have something to tell you. We're going to a place, and we're leaving this in today. I want to invite you to follow us. We will go to many places, and we will be able to accomplish many things. However, before Xiao Changtian could finish his sentence, Su Daji nodded and agreed to his conditions. I'm willing. Senior, I'm willing. Su Daji nodded heavily, almost shaking her head. To be able to follow by the side of such a mighty figure like Senior, even if the great elder came personally, it would only be a matter of Senior slapping him. He definitely could not let go of this opportunity. 1 foot 11 inches find an opportunity to express my feelings to Senior on the way. After that he could naturally take her as his master. This was a good opportunity. Both of them had smiles on their faces. One was to achieve his goal and effortlessly complete the system's mission. The other was ecstatic. Anyone would like a chance to save their lives. Alright, then you can pack your things and set off in an hour. I'll be responsible for you along the way. Xiao Changtian said lightly. There's no need, Senior. I, the goddess of beauty, have packed my things. When Su Daji heard that Xiao Changtian would take responsibility for her, she was overjoyed like a child. She casually picked up a package and could set off now. So fast. Xiao Changtian looked at the scene in front of him and was slightly surprised. Where are your girls' cosmetics and big bags of clothes? Although he was surprised, Xiao Changtian didn't care. Since he was ready, he could set off. Let's get ready to set off. Xiao Changtian once again held the white tiger in his hands. The turtle rode on the fat Rongrong's head. The ant crouched on fatty Rongrong's shoulder. Wang Miaoshou, Daoist Big Sun, Jiang Beichen, and Chuiren all came out of the room. Senior, who is she? The first thing Chuiren saw was Su Daji. She frowned, suddenly feeling a strong sense of oppression. Her body was hot and full, but the woman in front of her was charming. She immediately compared herself to Su Daji. She will follow us to Jior's hometown. Xiao Changtian said lightly. However, when he mentioned his name, he remembered that he had not asked for his name. What's your name again? Senior, my name is Su Daji. Su Daji said respectfully and smiled at everyone. For a moment, her smile was filled with charm. It was natural and graceful, and extremely charming. Su Daji, a good name. Xiao Changtian smacked his lips. This name was indeed a vixen. No wonder the system prompt was correct. Everyone went downstairs. Only Chuiren was staring at Su Daji, her heart aching. Chapter 130 Ghost Fog Forests Plan 1 Chapter 130 Ghost Fog Forests Plan 1 They went downstairs. During the process of going downstairs, Su Daji followed Xiao Changtian closely. She was afraid that if the two elders suddenly launched a sneak attack, it would be impossible to guard against them. She might be captured by the two elders. Only by following Senior's side would it be the safest. However, when everyone went downstairs, Su Daji was relieved. A middle-aged man in gray sat at the door. His aura was restrained, but one could already tell that this person was extraordinary. He had a square face, and there was a noble air between his brows. There was a small cloth bag beside his hand. The small cloth bag was filled with all kinds of gemstones. They sparkled and looked extremely gorgeous. Su Daji knew this person. He was a famous heavenly master named Zhang Daolin. They specialized in hunting demons and subduing demons. His strength was even more tyrannical. He was at the 5th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. However, this person was arrogant by nature, and only liked to draw talismans and collect demons. Outside the door, Ghost Fox and Elder Tianchong had already disappeared. Clearly, they had been intimidated by this person and had left. Su Daji heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Ghost Fox and Tianchong disappear. She had the most brilliant treasure of the Fox clan that could conceal her aura. It was given to her by the Fox clan's patriarch, who was also her father. Unless one's cultivation was above the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm, one would not be able to discover her identity as a 9-tailed fox. Xiao Changtian and the others were about to leave. At this moment, Zhang Daolin stood up and stood in front of Xiao Changtian. Su Daji was shocked. Could it be that Zhang Daolin had discovered her aura? He recognized that he was a 9-tailed fox demon. But the next moment Su Daji relaxed. Excuse me, are you the author of this book? Zhang Daolin asked slowly. Zhang Daolin took out a book from his waist. It was published by Xiao Changtian in the East Victory Continent. It's me. Is there a problem? Xiao Changtian looked at Zhang Daolin in front of him and was surprised. Could this be his male fan? A large-scale star-chasing scene. This feeling was really good. No problem. Your book is truly a divine book. Even after flipping through it, I feel as if a magnificent world has appeared in my heart. It's as if I'm there. It's amazing. Zhang Daolin praised. The main reason was that he had no hope of breaking through in the past few years. He had visited various experts, including experts like Taoist Xingyan, but no one had any enlightenment. He happened to travel to the East Victory continent and saw this novel. In an instant he was entranced. The world and plane described in the book seemed to be real. He even had some insights, which made his realm loosen up again. In a few days, he easily passed the 5th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm that he had been unable to break through for a long time. Originally, he wanted to pay a visit to the senior. However, at this moment, he had seen Xiao Changtian and his cultivation. Mortals. Zhang Daolin didn't know what to say. This book was actually written by a mortal. Could it be that the contents were all fabricated? Among the people before him, other than the red-bearded middle-aged man, who was at the soul formation pinnacle stage, the only one left was Chu Iran. The others didn't seem to have any cultivation. Could it be that this person was the young master of some clan who had brought his guards here to play? Forget it. Whether it's a mortal or a senior, since you've helped me break through, I, Zhang Daolin, will definitely repay this favor. The 2 White Fox clan experts from before were at the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Their gazes were fixed on the room upstairs, and their target should be this person in front of them. I'll escort you all the way. Zhang Daolin thought to himself and said, I happen to have nothing to do. I wonder if one can go with you and discuss some problems in novels? Of course you can. Xiao Changtian immediately agreed. What reason did he have to reject the fans coming personally? He couldn't refuse. Thus, the group set off in a grandiose manner. Damn it, this Zhang Daolin actually came out to cause trouble. Elder Tianchong angrily said. With Zhang Daolin present, we have no way of capturing the Saintess. Now we can only contact some friends on the road ahead. Not far ahead, there's a ghost fog forest. It's an expert at the 6th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. It's perfect to set up a trap in the haunted house forest. Elder Ghost Fox said coldly. Good. Elder Tianchong nodded in response. The 2 of them flashed and arrived in the ghost fog forest ahead of time. At the same time, Monkey Wukong could not stay idle along the way. He shuttled through the forest, disappearing from time to time and reappearing from time to time. All right, go play by yourself. Just follow us. Xiao Changtian said lightly. He was currently discussing the plot of the novel with Zhang Daolin, so he couldn't care less. Monkey was overjoyed when he heard that. How could he not keep up? The Tianyuan continent did not even have much land. They could arrive at any time they wanted. Ugly turtle, why don't you go ahead and play? Wukong scratched his ears and cheeks, provoking Black Tortoise. Damned monkey, are you courting death? The Black Tortoise was furious. This was the 2nd time that he had been called an ugly turtle. He couldn't bear it. In an instant, the monkey and the turtle chased each other and disappeared from everyone's sight. At this moment, Xiao Changtian did not care about them. He and Zhang Daolin were like old friends at first sight. They chatted happily and Zhang Daolin even completely accepted some of the concepts on Planet Blue and proposed new ideas. Brother Xiao, one feel that the Lightning Rush Talisman can actually be improved a little. Among the demons and monsters, there are the 2 demons and monsters. It's possible, but there are limitations. For example, the 2 of them chatted like this along the way. Xiao Changtian felt like he had met an old friend. Zhang Daolin, on the other hand, felt that although the person in front of him was immortal, every thought was completely in line with the path of cultivation. It was even a perfect state. He could even get guidance on his cultivation problems when he mixed them into the content of the novel. It was as if a casual sentence from Xiao Changtian could bring him endless opportunities. If he didn't observe Xiao Changtian, and confirmed that he didn't have any cultivation, he would have thought that Xiao Changtian was some kind of peerless old monster. Could it be that this is the rumored heaven's jealousy physique? Because his talent was too terrifying, and every thought and action was close to the great Tao, the heavens deprived him of his luck in cultivation? Zhang Daolin frowned. When his master told him about it previously, he did not believe it. However, after meeting Xiao Changtian, he believed it. Sai, brother Xiao is such a pitiful person. Forget it, after this trip is over, I'll give a Dao seal to little brother. At least it can ensure his safety. Zhang Daolin thought to himself. As for the ghost fog forest ahead, we have to be more vigilant. Zhang Daolin's expression turned grave. Chapter 131. Chapter 131. Is there danger? Chapter 131. Is there danger? Ghost fog forest. It was a vast expanse of white fog. The white fog was so vast that it blocked one's vision. Even cultivators who were transcending the tribulation would lose their direction when they walked in it. They even fell into the array formation trap in the ghost fog forest, and were unable to extricate themselves. This was the terrifying part of the misty ghost forest. Fellow Taoist Ghost Mist, thank you for helping us this time. It's a favor that our nine-tailed fox clan owes you. In the future, when you come to our nine-tailed fox clan, you will definitely repay us. Although they were both demons, they often schemed against each other. However, ever since Mu Jiuhuang became the empress and established the Nine Phoenix dynasty, the demons began to contact each other. Many ninth-level tribulation transcendence demon sovereigns even established the Demon King Palace. Therefore, the sixth-level tribulation transcendence experts in the Ghost Fog Forest had to give the Nine-Tailed Fox clan some face. The great elder of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan was an expert of the Demon King Palace. Don't worry, in the Ghost Fog Forest, one can even fight an 8th-level tribulation transcendence expert. The Ghost Mist Forest is my world. Ghost Fog laughed. With a wave of his hand, countless black shadows flashed within the entire Ghost Fog Forest. Ghost Fox and Tianchong were instantly crushed by the terrifying aura. In the fog, there were thousands of roads, but there were frost, fire, flood, lightning. Countless arrays were lingering within. Killing formations were everywhere, and if one was not careful, they would be shattered into pieces. The tribulation transcending experts were no exception. It's indeed terrifying. Elder Ghost Fox and Elder Tianchong felt a chill run down their spines when they sensed that their divine senses had been destroyed. If they walked in, there would definitely be no bones left. So what if it's Zhang Daolin? He'll definitely die in the Ghost Fog Forest. At that time, we can easily bring the Holy Maiden back. The two elders sneered. Clang! At this moment, in the misty ghost forest, a vigilant voice sounded. The voice was loud and clear, indicating that someone had broken into the misty ghost forest. He's here. Ghost Fog's eyes lit up, and he immediately began to control the array. With a wave of his hand, a circle formed by fog appeared in front of the three of them. Inside the circle, it showed the arrival of the Ghost Fog Forest. A monkey? A turtle? Why did it turn out like this? Ghost Fog frowned. Those people hadn't arrived yet. Strange. Even Elder Ghost Fox and Elder Tianchong were dumbfounded. What the hell was this monkey and turtle doing? Don't be anxious, fellow Taoist Ghostly Mist. They should still need some time to arrive. Ghost Fox smiled awkwardly. It's okay, don't worry, just take this Ghost Fog sneered. His face that was like skin and bones had a terrifying smile. With a wave of his hand, endless flames instantly burned within the range of the two of them. The moment it started burning, even the rocks cracked and turned into dust. Damned monkey, stop for the Sea King. If you have the ability, then fight. In the ghost fog forest, the turtle was furious. He couldn't tolerate being called a stinky turtle. This monkey had to be taught a lesson. However, the monkey was extremely agile and could move freely through the forest. The speed of the two of them had reached a certain level. However, all of a sudden, a sky full of flames surrounded the two of them. Zhang Daolin was incomparably shocked as he looked at everything before him in disbelief. Chapter 132 Chapter 132 Fishing by the Lake, Exchange of. Chapter 132 Fishing by the Lake, Exchange of. Talismans for gourds. _I. Is this the snake demon ghost mist? Zhang Daolin was extremely shocked, and he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Wasn't this little snake crawling in front of him the phantom fog dire monster? However, ghostly mist had turned into a small snake and seemed to have lost his cultivation. He had been seriously injured by someone. Who did this? The ghost fog forest was the ghost fog's territory. With the ghost fog forest, even an 8th level tribulation transcendence expert could fight. He could even kill them. However, he was beaten back to his original state. It was a tragic sight. Coo! In the next moment, the old hen ran over and directly swallowed the small snake. What danger is there? Xiao Changtian laughed. A small snake could even swallow an old hen. It seemed that this male fan was quite timid. Let's walk a little further and take a break, Xiao Changtian said lightly. There was still a long way to go before Jiuer's hometown. He could not relax now. However, he couldn't rush too fast. If he died while walking, wouldn't there be problems? He still had to start the path of invincibility. If he died midway, wouldn't it be a loss? The experience of staying up late to cultivate and dying in his previous life told him that he must pay attention to his body. Thus, the few of them walked forward for a distance. They arrived in front of a lake. The lake was extremely clear, and the fish were playing. All right, let's rest here and fish, Xiao Changtian said lightly. There were a few fishing rods in the ring of the Great Sun Immortal. Fishing rod. When the Great Sun Immortal heard about fishing, he immediately took out the fishing rod from his ring. But the fishing rod only has 2 pieces of the 3. It doesn't seem to be enough. Xiao Changtian looked troubled. How could 2 fishing rods be enough for so many people? One don't like fishing. The Great Sun Immortal was the first to speak. Master, I don't know how to fish. There are some herbs nearby. Wang Miaoshu shook his head and left. Master, I don't know how to fish either. I'll help second senior brother. Jiang Beichen shook his head as well. Senior, I have something to do with Daji. We won't disturb you, Chu Iren said with a smile on her face as she pulled Su Daji away. In that case, I'll go fishing with you. We can talk about the novel. Zhang Daolin smiled and walked over. He picked up a fishing rod and sat down in front of the lake. In fact, he wanted to take this opportunity to give the talisman to Xiao Changtian. This time, it might have been good luck to encounter an expert who attacked Gui Wu. But next time, obviously, he would not be so lucky. Xiao Changtian was a mortal after all. After he had repaid the favor of his breakthrough, he would leave. He couldn't just watch Xiao Changtian get killed by a demon, could he? If he left behind a life-saving talisman, it could at least ensure that Xiao Changtian would survive a fatal crisis. All right. Xiao Changtian smiled faintly. Zhang Daolin was to his liking. They could chat about anything. This was the first time he had had such a happy conversation after crossing over to the Tianyuan continent. As for Phoenix and the others, they left silently to chase after Black Tortoise. Xiao Changtian had just sat down when Zhang Daolin spoke. Little brother, have you ever blamed fate or complained about anything? Zhang Daolin asked tentatively. Along the way, he had already guessed that Xiao Changtian in front of him should have the rumored heaven's jealousy physique. Such a system was rarely seen in 10,000 years. No, not in 100,000 years. Those who possessed such a constitution had supreme talent, spiritual roots, and wisdom, but they were unable to cultivate. Anyone would blame themselves and even blamed the heavens for being unfair. I have. After all, there are always some unhappy things in life. Xiao Changtian thought for a moment before answering. He wasn't just complaining. He had to scold the system every day, all right. This stupid system was deliberately increasing the difficulty for him. When would he be able to open the path of invincibility? Sigh. Xiao Changtian sighed. He looked at the surface of the lake, calm and deep. Zhang Daolin could see the endless loneliness in his face through the side profile that was filled with melancholy. It was a feeling of being able to possess the strongest Tao, but unable to touch it. It really is the heavens' jealousy physique. This time, Zhang Daolin was even more certain. However, it's useless to complain. It can't change anything. The most important thing in life is still happiness. Xiao Changtian said lightly. What should he do if he got sick from holding it in? If he were to suffer internal injuries and die before opening the path of invincibility, wouldn't he suffer a huge loss? That's right. The main thing in life is happiness. Although Zhang Daolin did not agree, he was still an immortal cultivator. Why would he tell mortals about this? Brother Xiao, here is a talisman that I got from a cultivator. It can kill evil spirits. I'll give it to you. Zhang Daolin took out a yellow talisman and handed it to Xiao Changtian. Kill evil? Xiao Changtian was stunned. This was good stuff. Compared to that unreliable Mo Tianji, this should be a treasure. However, he could not accept such an expensive gift. No, I don't need it. Xiao Changtian waved his hand. He usually did not provoke demons, ghosts, and the like. Moreover, there was still the Great Sun Immortal. The Immortal of Great Sun had made another breakthrough recently. It seemed that he had broken through to the divinity transformation stage. That was the incarnation realm. One slap could blow up a mountain. That day, when he was looking at the horizon, he happened to see the Great Sun Immortal making a move. A slap, a slap. In an instant, 100-meter-tall mountain was blown up. That scene was extremely sensational. It had left an indelible impression in his heart. Brother Xiao, one still have a lot of these talismans on me. Take them. If you think they're valuable, you can use this small wooden gourd hanging on your waist to exchange for them. Zhang Daolin smiled faintly and immediately changed the topic. Really? It's true. Then I won't give in. Xiao Changtian took down the gourd on his waist. His wood-carving skills had reached the realm of great success. This was what he had done when he had nothing to do at that time. After the two of them exchanged, Xiao Changtian put the talisman into his pocket. Zhang Daolin casually hung it beside the cloth bag at his waist. A small wooden carving was not worthy of his attention. The purpose of doing this was to give Xiao Changtian a way out. What could a small gourd do? Could it be used to subdue demons? Don't be ridiculous. Compared to his life-saving talisman, it was simply worthless. However, it can also be considered a memorial. Zhang Daolin thought to himself. At the same time, two white fox elders appeared in the Bone Charm Palace. Chapter 133. Chapter 133. I'm going to the restroom. The old turtle is attacking a beautiful eye. Chapter 133. I'm going to the restroom. The old turtle is attacking a beautiful eye. In front of the two elders, Ghost Fox and Tian Chong, was a charming woman lying on a leather bench. The woman's figure was hot. She protruded when she should and concave when she should. The curves on her body were enchanting and moving. Just one movement was enough to make most men fantasize. Gulp. Even the two elders, Ghost Fox and Skyrush, swallowed their saliva. Why, do you two elders want to play with me? I'm proficient in all kinds of martial arts. Come on, play with me? Let me experience the bravery of the two elders. Kikik. The woman let out a series of silver-like laughter and stretched out her slender hand, as if she had a kind of soul-seducing charm. Fortunately, Elder Ghost Fox and Elder Tianchong knew about this woman. She was the princess of the Bone Demon Palace, a white bone demon. The most powerful method was to make people lose their minds and become puppets. Previously, there was an 8th-level tribulation transcendence expert who could not resist the temptation. In the end, when he clashed with the Bone Succubus Empress, he was controlled and lost his mind. Demon Empress Bone Succubus controlled this 8th-level tribulation transcendence expert and destroyed his sect. In the end, he even made that 8th-level tribulation transcendence expert commit suicide. His methods could be said to be extremely ruthless. Therefore, Elder Ghost Fox and Elder Tianchong only dared to fantasize. As members of the nine-tailed fox race, they were completely familiar with the Tao of Charm. Therefore, it was relatively easy for them to circulate their cultivation to resist. Demon Emperor Ghastly, we are here to trade with you, Elder Tianchong said in a deep voice as he threw out a pearl. Jade Blood Pearl. Upon seeing this pearl, the Bone Charm Monster Emperor's expression changed, and she withdrew her charm. Ghost Fox and Elder Tianchong finally felt the pressure on them decrease. His back was covered in cold sweat. What do you want me to help you with? Tell me. The Bone Succubus Empress picked up the blood nosebleed pearl and said with a delighted expression. She was a white bone spirit, so she needed to replenish her chi and blood every once in a while. However, with the nosebleed pearl, it was not so troublesome. Swallowing the jade blood pearl could replenish the chi and blood in his body. Bone Succubus Monster Emperor, we would like to ask you to kill a person? Zhang Daolin. As for the rest, we can handle it ourselves. Elder Ghost Fox and Elder Tianchong explained the situation. Alright, no problem. Demon Emperor Ghastly smiled with an extremely charming expression. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared. Ghost Fox and Tianchong looked at each other and followed closely behind. Very quickly, the three of them soon arrived at the place where Xiao Changtian and the others were resting. Cuckoo, this little brother has delicate skin and tender flesh. Moreover, I can sense the strength within his body. It should be very surging and passionate. I really want to try this little brother. Bone Succubus Emperor looked at the lake and saw Xiao Changtian. He immediately licked his lips and revealed a greedy expression, as if he wanted to swallow Xiao Changtian alive and play with him. Ghost Fox and Tianchong watched from afar without saying a word. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Ghost Fox and Tianchong hurriedly hid tens of thousands of meters away. They saw Black Tortoise. Girl, you're so beautiful. This Sea King will give you many roses. Black Tortoise rode on Fatty Rongrong's head, a rose in its mouth, revealing a lecherous expression, staring at Bone Succubus Monster Emperor's mountain peak. Where did this stinky turtle come from? Scram, or I'll smash your turtle head off. The Bone Charm Monster Emperor said disdainfully. This cuckold turtle was really ugly. What did you say? How can you talk to the Sea King like that? I see that you're pretty, so don't be ungrateful. This Sea King is magnanimous, so I'll give you another chance to rephrase your words. Black Tortoise said in a deep voice. Humph, stinky turtle, you're courting death. Ghastly Demon Emperor's expression changed. He slapped down. His stance was aimed at the turtle's head. He wanted to slap it off. This king of the sea is angry. Seeing that the beauty in front of him actually wanted to make a move, Black Tortoise was instantly furious. The Black Tortoise stared into the eyes of the ghastly Demon Emperor. In an instant, a huge shadow of the Black Tortoise appeared in his sea of consciousness. The Black Tortoise phantom was at the same level as the sky, and its 4 legs were like pillars that supported the sky. Around the Black Tortoise, boundless seawater poured in, as if it wanted to drown the heavens. In front of the Black Tortoise's aura, the ghastly Demon Emperor instantly softened. She sat on the ground and looked at the Black Tortoise in disbelief. She was suppressed by both her aura and bloodline, and her entire body trembled. Even the clothes in front of her were exposed to a large area of snow white. It made it seem even more like the peaks were gathering, and the waves were raging. Black Tortoise big, Lord, please spare my life. Kneeling on the ground, the Bone Succubus Monster Emperor's voice was trembling, and her face was filled with fear. Who would have thought that they would encounter Black Tortoise here? Was Black Tortoise someone he could provoke? When Ghost Fox and Tianchong saw this, they exchanged a glance and disappeared. He only grumbled a few words about how he was afraid of running into this damned turtle everywhere before running away. As for the ghastly demon emperor, how could they care? At this moment, Xiao Changtian, who was fishing, stood up. He seemed to have heard a turtle cry. It seemed to be in the forest behind him. Did something happen to the turtle? Brother Zhang, I'm going to the small forest at the back to relieve myself. Xiao Changtian found an excuse to check on the green-haired turtle. After all, he couldn't hear the turtle's cry clearly. Yes. Zhang Dalin nodded. Mortals couldn't abstain from eating, so it was normal for them to do things that were convenient. Xiao Changtian stood up and nodded slightly. Then he left and walked into the small forest. Is there a sound over there? It seems like a woman is calling out. Forget it, let's go over and take a look first. Xiao Changtian followed the voice and walked over. The tall grass blocked his vision. Xiao Changtian spent a lot of effort to get out of the grass. Then he saw that the old turtle was actually facing that woman. It kept roaring. You old turtle, are you trying to scare me again? Are you courting death? Xiao Changtian was furious. This old turtle didn't do proper things all day, and only scared these weak women. Xiao Changtian then kicked him. Bang! The old turtle rolled far away. Seeing that it was Xiao Changtian, he immediately hid in his turtle shell and shivered, not daring to move. You old turtle, you're actually bullying me again. You don't take my words to heart, do you? Xiao Changtian followed up with a few more kicks. The black tortoise hid in its shell, and was kicked around by Xiao Changtian like a rubber ball. Chapter 134. Chapter 134. It's over, the bone succubus monster emperor's strength is too terrifying. Chapter 134. It's over, the bone succubus monster emperor's strength is too terrifying. This person is kicking Arichi Black Tortoise? Divine Beast Black Tortoise? This person is not an ordinary person. He is a peerless expert. Seeing the turtle being kicked, the bone succubus monarch felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She was scared silly. The aura of the divine Beezer Black Tortoise gave her the feeling that it was even stronger than a 9th stage tribulation transcendence expert. It might even be the rumored Mahayana realm. However, the person in front of him was kicking the black tortoise like a rubber ball. Oh my god! Hiss! Bone succubus monster emperor gasped in fear. Sad. If SG could treat Black Tortoise like this, it meant that the person in front of him was far stronger than Black Tortoise. Moreover, she saw Arichi Black Tortoises still trembling. It was a trembling that came from the soul. The cultivation of this person in front of him must have far exceeded his expectations. He couldn't see through this person's cultivation before, so he thought that this person was a mortal. That was because the person in front of him was too powerful. It was so powerful that it was difficult to spy on it. When he thought about how this person was a human, and he was a demon, the human and demon races had always been at loggerheads. Would the expert in front of him directly lull him? The bone charm monster emperor closed her eyes, not daring to look at the scene before her. The scene in front of him was too terrifying. Just looking at it made her shiver. However, after a quarter of an hour, she still did not feel any danger. She couldn't help but open her eyes. He's gone, quote. The bone charm monster emperor was puzzled. Xiao Changtian and the black tortoise had disappeared. Could it be that Senior has let me go? Ghastly demon emperor was dumbfounded. What she didn't know was that Xiao Changtian saw that she was too scared. He wanted to wake her up, but after thinking about it, he left directly. It was better to let this girl calm down, and leave after she calmed down. After a while Changtian came back. He saw that everyone was resting and not producing much. The old hen Alpha and Monkey were all back. It was Chuiran and Sudaji. The two of them suddenly smiled and stuck together, which he couldn't understand. In just an hour, their relationship had improved by leaps and bounds. In reality, Chuiran had originally dragged Sudaji to battle. However, after Sudaji told her what had happened, Chuiran instantly understood that she had wanted to take Senior as her master, nor marry him. In an instant, Chu Iran let down her guard against Su Daji. They had directly changed from love rivals to good sisters who talked about everything. Then let's begin our journey, Xiao Changtian said lightly. All right. Everyone nodded and began to move forward. However, Zhang Daolin stood up. In an instant, the red gem on his Daolin bag suddenly flickered with light. The flashing light meant that there were demons nearby. Brother Xiao, you guys go first. I'll go up in a while. I'll go find something. Zhang Daolin found an excuse and walked into the small forest behind him. Then let's go. Xiao Changtian led the group forward. He probably went to the woods to relieve himself. Tea time was very fast. There was no need to wait. Xiao Changtian and the others walked ahead while Zhang Daolin walked into the small forest and bumped into Bone Succubus Monster Emperor. You are Ghastly Demon Emperor? Zhang Daolin frowned and was instantly shocked. Could it be that Demon Emperor Ghastly had been waiting here to ambush them? Thinking of this, Zhang Daolin felt a chill down his spine. Forget it. Brother Xiao is my benefactor. You Ghastly Demon Emperor still want to ambush him? Zhang Daolin said solemnly. The Bone Succubus Empress in front of him was stronger than him, and was at the 7th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Even though he had recently broken through to the 6th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm, he had no chance of winning against the Bone Succubus Empress. However, when he thought of Xiao Changtian, Zhang Daolin still felt that it was better for him to cover the rear first. Otherwise, everyone would die. Take this. Zhang Daolin roared angrily and began to use his thunder technique. Purple-green lightning flickered around his body as he attacked the Ghastly Demon Emperor. Facing a powerful opponent, he could only strike first. This way, even if he failed, he could escape immediately. However, the Bone Succubus Monster Emperor felt the aura of Black Tortoise, and Xiao Changtian getting further and further away. She was pleasantly surprised that those experts had finally left. However, she did not dare to get entangled with Zhang Daolin. What if that senior came back? In the bathroom, the Bone Succubus Monster Emperor fled in a panic. Just like that, Zhang Daolin chased, and Arichi Demon Emperor escaped. The two of them were in front and behind. Zhang Daolin was overjoyed when he saw that the Bone Succubus Monster Emperor did not fight back, and was instead running away in panic. The heavens are really helping me. It seems that this Bone Succubus Monster Emperor is heavily injured. Pay for the lives of those humans you killed. Zhang Daolin instantly gained confidence and chased after them relentlessly. At this moment, he was thinking about avenging those humans who had died. Damn it! The Bone Succubus Monster Emperor felt extremely aggrieved being chased like this. The two of them flew for hundreds of thousands of meters. Finally, the Bone Charm Monster Emperor could not take it anymore. A mere 6th-stage Tribulation Transcendence cultivator dares to chase me like this. If you can't be afraid of that senior, how can you be arrogant? Did one give you face? Instantly, the Bone Succubus Monster Emperor was enraged. She decided to kill Zhang Daolin first, then use her treasured spatial escape talisman to instantly disappear. Hence, he decided to do it. The Bone Succubus Monster Emperor stopped. She quickly turned around, and the power around her continued to gather. Gray-white fog expanded around her body, and a huge skull even appeared. The skull's expression was ferocious. It was like a mountain as it attacked Zhang Daolin, who was chasing after him. What? Zhang Daolin was caught off guard. He clearly didn't expect the Bone Charm Monster Emperor to counterattack with such terrifying strength. Is the Bone Succubus Monster Emperor not injured? Did she set me up? Zhang Daolin was extremely shocked, but it was already too late. Boom! Accompanied by a dull loud sound, Zhang Daolin was instantly blasted away by the huge skull. The lightning around his body began to overflow. His entire body rolled onto the ground and his hair spread out. His aura slightly narrowed. I gave you face and you still dare to chase after me. Do you really not know how to write the word death? Die! Ghastly Demon Emperor shouted. His body was like a swift eagle as he swooped down instantly. His palms carried terrifying power. Zhang Daolin had no doubt that he would definitely die in the face of such a terrifying palm. It's over. Zhang Daolin's face was filled with despair. He had already closed his eyes and was ready to attack. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt the cloth bag at his waist move. No, to be precise, it was the small wooden gourd hanging on the cloth bag. Chapter 135. Chapter 135. What kind of gourd is this? Divine item. Chapter 135. What kind of gourd is this? Divine item. That small wooden gourd was something he had summoned from Brother Xiao. Originally, he thought that this gourd was just an ordinary gourd. However, the calabash suddenly trembled, and a silvery white light appeared around its body. The silver white light grew larger and larger. In an instant, it seemed to cover the sky and the sun. It instantly formed a circle of light that surrounded Zhang Daolin. Bang! The terrifying palm landed on the light and emitted a dull explosion. However, nothing happened. However, the bone succubus empress was repelled by a force and was sent flying. What? Zhang Daolin and the bone succubus monster emperor were both shocked. Zhang Daolin had thought that he would definitely die under the bone charm demon emperor's palm. However, the silver light emitted by the wooden gourd had actually blocked the attack of the ghost demon emperor. Who was the bone charm demon emperor? That was a 7th level tribulation transcendence expert. Under one attack he used both his palms at the same time. Moreover, he was in a state of anger. The terrifying power could blast Zhang Daolin into pieces. However, he was still sent flying by this white light. Was this really something a mortal should have? His life-saving talisman was far inferior to this gourd, wasn't it? What a powerful defensive treasure! The ghost demon emperor was also shocked. The white light curtain in front of her was undamaged by her power attack. It was amazing. Could it be the work of that senior from before? Ghastly demon emperor rolled his eyes, and this thought suddenly appeared in his mind. In an instant, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning, and a chill ran down her spine. If it was really the work of that expert, then he would be in great danger. Run! That was the only thought in Demon Emperor Ghostly's mind right now. Run, run quickly, run immediately, run as far as possible. The bone succubus empress immediately retreated and was about to leave. Buzz! At this moment, the white light on the gourd fluctuated and disappeared completely. Suddenly, the gourd broke free from the ropes and flew toward the bone succubus monster emperor. Whoosh! The bottle opened automatically, and a gust of wind blew, blocking the escape route of the bone succubus monster emperor. All. So big. Wind. Bone succubus monster emperor was blown by the hurricane, and her clothes fluttered in the wind as she retreated. Boom! At this moment, countless bolts of lightning flew out of the gourd. They turned into flying snakes that flew wildly and roared with power as they bombarded Demon Emperor Guimei. All. The ghost demon emperor was hit, and his clothes were torn apart, revealing his naked body. Only his underwear was left. Spare me, senior, spare me. One won't do it again. Demon Emperor Ghastly shouted in horror and fled in a hurry. Zhang Daolin, who was beside him, swallowed a medicinal pill and recovered some of his strength. He stood up and looked at everything in front of him with a dumbfounded expression. A gourd was chasing after the famous ghastly demon emperor. Furthermore, it was a complete thrashing. Fuck! How terrifying! Zhang Daolin could no longer describe it. The lightning that shot out from the gourd was much more powerful than the lightning technique he cultivated. Even the heavenly lightning talisman paled in comparison. It's just me. I'm not even as good as a gourd. Zhang Daolin was speechless. This was the first time he felt that he was so weak. Phew! Another flame was spat out. The Samadhi true fire was endless and instantly transformed into a fire dragon. In the next moment, the fire dragon danced. Boom! The fire dragon was extremely fast and devoured the bone succubus empress in an instant. Zhang Daolin didn't know how to describe this scene. A magic treasure, and he was facing an enemy and it was using the purest nomological divine power. Just what kind of gourd is this? It's simply a divine item, Zhang Daolin said in shock, his face filled with disbelief. Amidst the shock, the gourd flew back again. A gourd branch grew out of the gourd. Then a red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple gourd grew out of the vine. What are they doing? This gourd won't attack me, right? Zhang Daolin frowned and subconsciously took 2 steps back. He looked at the charred corpse of the bone succubus empress and felt a chill run down his spine. If the gourd really attacked him, he would not be able to resist. Kacha! With a cracking sound, 7 people walked out of the 7 gourds. The biggest one among them carried Zhang Daolin. Then the other 2 spat out flames and flood. There were even people hammering his meridians. The 7 of them floated Zhang Daolin in the air, as if they were refining pills. Zhang Daolin's entire body was enveloped. The meridians in his body seemed to be constantly being burned by the flames, but there was also a layer of mist wrapped around it, making him feel very comfortable. It was as if a worm was swimming in his meridians. Zhang Daolin couldn't help but let out a comfortable moan. He could feel that the injuries in his body were rapidly recovering. His dantian was also being tempered and nourished. It was as if the realm barrier had been broken again. Boom! 15 minutes later, a terrifying aura erupted from Zhang Daolin's body. As a powerful aura fluctuated, his cultivation level reached the 7th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. I've broken through to the 7th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Zhang Daolin was in disbelief, and his face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. You guys helped me break through. Zhang Daolin looked at the 7 children who walked out of the gourd, and his face was filled with disbelief. This was simply a miracle. However, the 7 calabash dolls ignored him and went back to the vines. In the next moment, his body curled up and transformed into 7 gourds again, which were put away by the wooden gourd. After doing all this, the wooden gourd automatically flew to Zhang Daolin's waist. God-level gourd. This is a god-grade gourd, but why can a mortal like Brother Xiao own such a gourd? This didn't make sense. Completely unreasonable? Zhang Daolin frowned. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Could it be from some expert? Impossible. Which expert could possess such a treasure? Never heard of it. This gourd is probably comparable to the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm, right? No, it's even stronger than the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Zhang Daolin was puzzled. After walking for some distance, his eyes suddenly lit up. Why am I so stupid? Brother Xiao said before that this was personally carved, so it should be his. Haha, one can't believe my brain didn't react in time. However, just as he reacted, he felt terrible. Chapter 136. Chapter 136. The turtle is too obstacle. Call for help, kill the turtle. _L. Chapter 136. The turtle is too obstacle. Call for help, kill the turtle. _L. The gourd was personally carved by Brother Xiao then. The owner of the gourd is Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao Zhli hit his cultivation level. Zhang Daolin felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His heart thumped, and he took a few steps back. In an instant his face darkened. This Brother Xiao, no, wasn't Senior Zhao's cultivation too high? I actually treated him as a mortal. HJH. Zhang Daolin did not know how to describe this feeling. Previously, he thought he was protecting Xiao Changtian. However, in reality, Xiao Changtian was indeed protecting him. In an instant, Zhang Daolin connected everything together. To be able to write such a divine book, as well as the previous Ghost Mist, Demon Emperor and the current Bone Charm Demon Emperor, they were all the works of the seniors. But why did Senior Xiao disguise himself as a mortal? Zhang Daolin frowned again. His face was filled with confusion. Could it be to hide from the world of mortals and not be disturbed? After thinking for a moment, he realized that there were a few animals and a few mortals whose cultivation levels could not be seen following Senior. Mortals. That's not right. Those two mortals called Senior Master. Are they Senior Zhao's disciples? In an instant, Zhang Daolin came to a realization. It was because Senior's disciple was too powerful that he could not see through Senior's disciple's cultivation. I see. Such an expert is truly terrifying. Zhang Daolin swallowed his saliva, and his back was covered in cold sweat. He did not dare to think about it anymore and hurriedly followed. Such a senior, he definitely had to please him. He could not offend him. Also, it was time to return this divine gourd to its rightful owner. Zhang Daolin used his movement technique and chased after him crazily. Along the way, he even saw a goat with a broken horn, a serpent that had turned into a caterpillar, and a bird with a broken wing. Wait, they were all famous demon emperors. However, these demon emperors had no cultivation at all. They had become animals on the verge of death. Of course, Zhang Daolin didn't feel any heartache, because these demon emperors had done many evil things and killed countless humans. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't defeat them, he would have killed these demon emperors long ago. These are all Senior's handiwork. Zhang Daolin looked at the corpses along the way. He was both happy and afraid. As for Senior, Xiao Changtian ordered the team to speed up. It's been almost an hour, and they still haven't come. Did something happen to Brother Zhang? Xiao Changtian was puzzled. He felt uneasy, so he stopped and rested. However, in just 15 minutes, Zhang Daolin came back panting. Brother Zhang, you're finally back. One thought something happened to you. Do you want to rest for a while? Xiao Changtian saw Zhang Daolin from afar and stood up with a smile. There was a look of surprise on her face. He was finally back. He thought something had happened. I'm back. Zhang Daolin nodded and bowed as he smiled awkwardly. Why are you bowing? Why did you become so weak after a while? Xiao Changtian frowned as he looked at Zhang Daolin, who was bowing in front of him, with a puzzled expression. On the other side, the two elders, Ghost Fox and Tianchong, kept contacting the demons along the way. However, every single one of them had been cleaned up by the Black Tortoise. Not fun at all. Black Tortoise looked bored. The little fellows along the way were too weak. In front of him, they could not even withstand a slap. They were simply weak. Boss Black Tortoise, you are invincible and wise. 1 a.m., just a little brother in front of you. But in front of me, those little demons are like little brothers. In this way, those little demons are like little brothers in front of you. How can a bunch of brothers compare to you, Boss Black Tortoise? Fatty Rongrong said with an embarrassed smile. Not bad. You're still the chubby one who knows how to talk. Black Tortoise patted Fatty Rongrong's head, and another 2 green lights lit up on her head. Hee green again. Fatty Rongrong felt the green on her head, extremely excited, happily shouting out. It was a good thing that green light was shining on his head. This meant that Boss Black Tortoise had given him another divine power. Thank you, Boss. Boss is wise and valiant, handsome, suave, and handsome like Pan, and Boss is the brightest Sea King. Fatty Rongrong was incomparably grateful. Every time the green light descended, his cultivation would advance a level. If Fatty Rongrong met the previous him, she could slap him to death. Hence, he decided to do it. Fatty Rongrong licked even harder. Haha, Fatty, perform well. There will be many green lights like this in the future. Black Tortoise was praised as the Sea King, and it was the brightest one. He was instantly overjoyed. A turtle head laughed at the sky, and 2 more green lights descended. I'm green, haha, I'm green again. This time my entire body is green. Boss is awesome, Boss is invincible. The Sea King is invincible. Fatty Rongrong shouted, her face filled with joy. Ghost Fox and Tianchong gritted their teeth in anger. Damn it, this stinky bear is actually so happy after being cuckolded. Reveal my scars. Grass. Elder Tianchong cursed, his expression extremely ferocious. The memory that angered the fox surfaced in his mind again. He was furious and couldn't take it anymore. This old turtle had ruined their mission along the way, and now he even dared to mock him. He had to kill him. Elder Ghost Fox, we will now seek help from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, and ask them to send more. Ghost Fox, what are you laughing at? Elder Tianchong turned his head and wanted to talk about serious matters. But he saw Elder Ghost Fox, who seemed to be covering his face and secretly laughing. Cough cough. Elder Ghost Fox quickly coughed and put down his right hand. His face was red from holding it in. I didn't laugh. One was mistaken. Then why are you blushing? Tianchong looked at him coldly. Oh, the old injuries in my body have returned. Old injuries have returned. Elder Ghost Fox, don't misunderstand. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not laughing at you being cheated on. Elder Ghost Fox explained seriously. I'll settle the score with you when we get back. Now the two of us will ask the first elder for help. We have to kill this green-haired turtle first, or we won't be able to complete the mission. Ahead again, not far away, is the territory of the Nine Phoenix Dynasty. Can't delay again. End or not, become a mission. You know what end you have. Tianchong said coldly. Ghost Fox shivered when he heard the word off. Thus the two of them communicated with the great elder. Chapter 137. Chapter 137. You ugly turtle, what can you do? _I. Chapter 137. You ugly turtle, what can you do? _I. Reporting back now, has the Saintess been captured? On the other side of the crystal ball, the great elder sat cross-legged in the hall, with 8 fox tails standing in the air behind him. Although it was the nine-tailed fox clan, ever since the Emperor Fall era, no one in the entire nine-tailed fox clan had been able to completely develop 9 tails. Even the head elder, who had the highest cultivation level, could only develop 8 fox tails. However, the 9-tailed fox race could unleash a miraculous effect in battle with the fox tail. It far surpassed experts of the same realm. No, we haven't caught the goddess yet. The two elders, Ghost Fox and Tianchong, trembled. What is it? Trash, do you want to be skinned alive? The great elder was furious. His cold and dignified voice rang out. Hearing this, Ghost Fox and Tianchong trembled even more violently. However, when he thought of the punishment for not completing the mission, Tianchong gritted his teeth and said, Grand Elder, there is a particularly powerful tortoise demonic beast that has been causing havoc along the way. Even Ghost Fog, Bone Demon, Ferocious Goat, Shock Bird, these demon emperors were all killed by the turtle. We really have no choice. This is the scene of the turtle attacking. Elder Tianchong reported respectfully with a look of disbelief on his face. At the same time, he took out a crystal ball and recorded all the images of the turtle. There are such experts in the demon race. The scene changed again. The elder frowned and his expression became solemn. After a moment of silence, first elder said, Wait, one will send the second elder to reinforce you. The two of you set up the 9-tailed killing formation first. When the time comes, the second elder will take action and cooperate with the killing formation to kill this demon. Yes, sir. Ghost Fox and Tianchong nodded again. Only then did the image of first elder disappear. Phew. After experiencing a request for help, their clothes were completely drenched in cold sweat. The 9-tailed killing array is a killing array that specializes in dealing with 9th-level tribulation transcenders. This time, the damned turtle won't be able to escape. That's right. We'll just wait for the second elder to arrive. Ghost Fox and Tianchong were the first to go to the 9-tailed killing formation. There was a forest ahead, which was also the last place suitable for an ambush. 2 hours passed. Along the way, Xiao Changtian and the others talked and laughed. However, Zhang Daolin's smile was no longer as innocent. His smile turned into a mocking smile. He had no choice. He was afraid. He was extremely afraid. Xiao Changtian was a peerless expert. His cultivation was far above the tribulation. He might even be in the legendary Mahayana realm. Who could resist him? Brother Zhang, you can't do it. You've only walked so little, and your forehead is sweating so much. Xiao Changtian asked. He did indeed possess the great success in the art of medicine. However, he observed Zhang Daolin's physical characteristics and did not seem to be sick. I'm fine. My leg just went numb when I went to the toilet earlier. Zhang Daolin smiled awkwardly. Not only were his legs numb, but his entire body was numb. After knowing Xiao Changtian's identity, anyone would be shocked. Forget it, let's rest for a while. We won't be able to reach Jiuer's hometown today. Let's find an inn to stay in tonight, Xiao Changtian said. Looking at Zhang Daolin's current state, Xiao Changtian felt that he couldn't go any further. Everyone rested on the spot. Miaoshou, take a look at Brother Zhang and see if he's sick, Xiao Changtian ordered. Yes, sir. Wang Miaoshou nodded and was about to walk over. No, I'll go. Zhang Daolin stood up and walked towards Wang Miaoshou. Senior's disciple is probably also a reclusive mighty figure. He was merely transcending a tribulation, and it was not worth it for Senior to personally come. Hence he decided to do it. Zhang Daolin walked over and sat down in front of a huge rock far away from Xiao Changtian. That's troublesome, Zhang Daolin said respectfully to Wang Miaoshou. It's no trouble. Senior Zhang has helped me once before. It was in the Western Bull region, that Tianshan Snow Lotus. Wang Miaoshou shook his head and smiled faintly. In the past, he had almost fallen off a 1,000-foot-high cliff to pick a Tianshan Snow Lotus. Zhang Daolin happened to pass by and saved him. Tianshan Snow Lotus, are you that doctor from the West Bull continent? Instantly Zhang Daolin recalled. There was indeed such a thing. But that doctor is clearly an old man. Aren't you a little too young? Zhang Daolin said in disbelief. The Wang Miaoshou in front of him couldn't help but be handsome and unrestrained, and the lines of his muscles could be seen clearly. How was he the old man from before? Hehe. After becoming my disciple, Master helped me cleanse my essence and marrow. Now, I can be considered to have some small success in body refinement. Wang Miaoshou smiled faintly. A single hand picked up Zhang Daolin's hand. The terrifying force that came from it made Zhang Daolin feel as if he could not break free. It was as if the chains of the great Tao had locked his arm. How was this the initial success of body refinement? Such power was more than enough to defeat a 9th-level tribulation transcendence expert. He remembered that he had saved Wang Miaoshou half a year ago. He was sure that Wang Miaoshou was immortal at that time. But in such a short period of time, Wang Miaoshou had already succeeded. What kind of method was this? Reversing yin and yang, regaining youth. An old man in his twilight years was actually able to cleanse his marrow to such an extent. Senior is indeed terrifying. The Wang Miaoshou in front of Zhang Daolin further confirmed his thoughts. Senior's 2 disciples were indeed experts. It was just that he could not see their cultivation. Wang Miaoshou examined it and frowned. He couldn't find anything wrong with Zhang Daolin. I'm fine. Everything's normal. Hearing Wang Miaoshou's words, Xiao Changtian was relieved. After thinking about it, he decided to feed the turtle since he hadn't fed it today. However, when he looked around, there was no sign of the turtle. This damn turtle, did he go scare people again? Let's see how I deal with him when he comes back. On the other side, within the 9 tails killing formation, the turtle was originally riding on the head of Fatty Rongrong, but in his ears, he heard Xiao Changtian's curses. Instantly, he was so frightened that his entire body trembled, directly rolling down from Fatty Rongrong's head. Haha, the second elder is indeed powerful. He was able to intimidate this stinky turtle with just his aura. On the other side, Ghost Fox and Tianchong burst into laughter when they saw this scene. They slowly flattered the second elder. The second elder was also extremely pleased to be flattered, and there was a smile on his face. He's just an ugly turtle. How can he be compared to our noble 9-tailed fox clan? Impossible. Ha ha ha. The second elder smiled, not noticing the extremely cold expression on the turtle's face. Chapter 138 Chapter 138, Counterattack Killed. Chapter 138, Counterattack Killed. Fatty Rongrong was already lying on the ground, not daring to move. This was because an extremely cold aura came from beside him. It was the black tortoise's anger. Stinky turtle. You stupid fox, you dare to call me an ugly turtle? A dark green light appeared in the black tortoise's eyes. Its gaze was cold as it questioned the second elder of the nine-tailed fox race. His cold gaze was fixed on the second elder. The second elder looked at him, and instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. It was as if he had been thrown into the 18th level of hell, and his entire body was cold. What? The second elder was shocked, and his heart skipped a beat. He was actually frightened by the turtle in front of him. Second elder, quickly kill this turtle. The two elders, Ghost Fox and Tianchong, shouted in surprise. In their opinion, the second elder had already intimidated the turtle. Now with the help of the nine-tailed fox killing formation, he could completely kill the turtle. All right. Hearing the shouts of the two people, the shocked second elder suddenly flew into a rage. He was actually frightened by a turtle. Was that okay? Die! The second elder was furious. The 6 tails behind him shot out at the same time, and instantly enveloped the turtle. You still dare to attack the Sea King? You're courting death. Black Tortoise was furious. Black Tortoise was completely furious. Roar! A loud roar erupted from the Black Tortoise's mouth. In an instant, a Xuanwu phantom that was as tall as the sky appeared. No, higher than the sky. The Black Tortoise's 4 legs were like pillars that supported the sky. Endless seawater poured in from its body, as if it wanted to drown the heavens. Bang! The second elder's 6 tails were like a hand hitting an iron wall, producing a loud bang. Its 6 tails snapped like tree branches. His entire body was sent flying. Blood splattered in the air. Die! The huge Xuanwu phantom let out an angry roar. With a foot that was like a pillar supporting the sky, the second elder directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist and dissipated with the wind. Second elder. Seeing this scene, Elder Ghost Fox and Elder Tianchong were instantly scared silly. The two of them sat on the ground. Xian Black Tortoise. The two of them were scared silly. Wasn't it an ugly turtle? Why did he suddenly become a black tortoise? Spare. Tianchong's desire to live was extremely strong, and he hurriedly wanted to beg for mercy. However, Black Tortoise was in a rage. Bang! 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 Ghost Fox and Tianchong turned into 2 clouds of blood mist and died instantly. If anyone dares to call me an ugly turtle again, I'll destroy his soul, Black Tortoise said angrily. A man happened to see this scene. Big demon, there's a big demon. No, I have to report to the Empress. This man in armor was the general of the 9 Phoenix dynasty. His presence here was arranged by Mu Jiehuang to wait for Xiao Changtian. As long as he saw Xiao Changtian, he would immediately send her a message, and she would personally welcome him. However, he happened to see this scene. No, I have to go back and tell the Empress to come and subdue the demons. The man thought about it and wanted to leave, but the scene in front of him stunned him. Someone came. The Black Tortoise's anger subsided, and it withdrew the Black Tortoise Dharma idol. Chu Irin and Sudaji, who had also come out to play, witnessed this scene. Chu Irin had seen the Xuanwu phantom before. Although she was terrified, she wasn't that afraid anymore. On the other hand, Sudaji was so frightened that she returned to her original form and turned into a white fox with 9 tails on her back. Yeah, you're a fox. Chu Irin looked at Sudaji startled. In the entire team, only Zhang Daolin and Chu Irin didn't know Sudaji's identity. What's there to be surprised about? We already knew. Fatty Rongrong smacked her lips and said indifferently. Black Tortoise had already calmed his anger, once again flying back to stare at Fatty Rongrong's head. Since Master allowed her to follow by his side, he naturally has his own intentions. Black Tortoise said lightly. With a sweep of his divine sense, Sudaji returned to her human form. It was true that he had seen the Black Tortoise Phantom before, but the raging Black Tortoise Phantom was really terrifying. Thank you, Senior. Sudaji's body was still trembling. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed in gratitude. What kind of relationship do these people have with the demons? Why is it so chaotic? The man had a puzzled expression. He was the general of the 9 Phoenix dynasty, and had a 7th level tribulation transcendence. His strength was extraordinary. Naturally, his talent was not bad. However, looking at the demonic beasts in front of him, they were actually mixed with humans. They were also dumbfounded. The human and demon races were irreconcilable. Why were these humans and demons so harmonious? Could it be that he was threatened by Black Tortoise? The man frowned. He felt that he could not leave now. Once he left, these humans would be in danger. As a member of the 9 Phoenix dynasty, he was deeply influenced by the Empress. The hot-blooded blood in his bones told him that no matter what kind of adversity he faced, he must never abandon his companions of the same race. He absolutely could not, even if he had to pay the price of his life. "All right, get up. It's not a big deal," the Black Tortoise said impatiently. It raised its proud turtle head and stared at the man. "I was discovered." The man was shocked. It was over. He couldn't care so much. He could only save the only human on the battlefield now. "Your Majesty, your most handsome subordinate Marshal Shangguan, bids you farewell," Shangguan Shui said sadly and stood up, ready to fight the Black Tortoise. However, suddenly, a foot kicked over. "You damn turtle, I think you really want to die. You're actually scaring people again." Xiao Changtian kicked the Black Tortoise away. This time he didn't hold back. He was completely angered by Black Tortoise's actions. "You actually made Su Daji kneel on the ground. Did you come up with a new trick to scare people? Do you think my knife is not sharp?" Xiao Changtian was furious. This time, he dared to make the girl kneel. Who knows, he might do something even more outrageous next time. As the saying goes, prevent the root of the problem. If one day the old turtle became arrogant and despotic to a certain extent, and boldly went to provoke the immortal cultivators, wouldn't he be dead for sure? Immortal cultivators. That was killing without blinking. Bang 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 bang. The sound of punches and kicks rang out again. This time the turtle was beaten up. Phoenix and Monkey closed their eyes and shrunk their necks. As for Shangguan Shui, he fell to the ground with a thud, as if he had been struck by lightning. He hadn't recovered his cultivation from the tribulation yet, and the cliff in front of him broke in an instant, causing him to fall down the slope. With a loud bang, everyone's eyes turned to look at Marshal Shangguan. Even Xiao Changtian was no exception. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, Don't Courting Death Lie. Chapter 139, Don't Courting Death Lie. Huff! Shangguan Shui fell down, and the entire cliff collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust that blocked his vision. Cough cough cough. Under the rock, Shangguan Shui stretched out his hand and crawled out like a zombie in a movie. As a tribulation transcending expert, a mere fall from the cliff was not a threat to him at all. After coming out of the stone pile, Shangguan Shui looked embarrassed. He waved the dust around him and coughed a few times. "You're not injured? Your body is so good." Xiao Changtian looked at Marshal Shangguan in surprise. He was fine after falling from such a height. There were no external injuries. Roar! Seeing Shangguan Shui, the Black Tortoise's eyes turned cold, and he let out a low roar. This mortal ant must have seen him being beaten up. He couldn't let him live. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. However, just as the Black Tortoise extended its dark green turtle head from its shell, a huge foot flew over again. Pa! Under Xiao Changtian's kick, the Black Tortoise was instantly sent flying and crashed into a big tree. "Old turtle, if you dare to scare me again, I'll break your turtle shell," Xiao Changtian said angrily. The Black Tortoise was so frightened that it hurriedly retracted its head. Hiss! Seeing Black Tortoise being beaten, Shangguan Shui gasped again. That was the Black Tortoise. Previously, he had killed the second elder of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, the two elders, Ghost Fox and Tianchong, in the Nine-Tailed Killing Array. His cultivation was definitely far above the tribulation. Perhaps a single slap from the turtle could turn him into dust. Even the Water Empress couldn't defeat the Black Tortoise. However, this mortal in front of him was actually beating up the Black Tortoise. Did the Black Tortoise not have any temper at all? When did mortals become so fierce? Could it be that I'm a false immortal? Shangguan Shuai was a little confused, but he quickly reacted. The cultivation of the expert in front of him was too strong. It was so powerful that it returned to its original state, like a mortal, unfathomable and difficult to pry into. However, which human expert was this? As the general of the Nine Phoenix dynasty, why didn't he know that there was such an expert among the humans? In the Nine Phoenix dynasty, because Mu Jiahuang became the empress, countless tribulation transcenders followed him. There were dozens of generals at the same level as him. Each of them guarded a crucial position on the Tianyuan continent. Therefore, he had no choice. Whether it was those old monsters, or those slightly famous experts, almost everyone in the Nine Phoenix dynasty knew them. Shangguan Shuai tried his best to recall, but he couldn't. In his mind, he just felt like he had seen Xiao Changtian somewhere before. Yes, the expert that the Empress asked me to wait for? Is it the expert in the portrait? Shangguan Shuai suddenly reacted. Previously, when the Empress sent him here to welcome her, she had shown him Xiao Changtian's portrait. In a moment of shock, he had forgotten about the portrait. Now he remembered it again. Su Daji subconsciously stood behind Xiao Changtian. This person had been here before, so his identity as a member of the nine-tailed fox race had been clearly seen by this person. He had been exposed. The human and demon races were irreconcilable. Would this person spread his identity? At that time, he would definitely be surrounded by all the human cultivators on the Tianyuan continent. Su Daji's heart turned cold when she thought of the tragic outcome she would face. Now he could only listen to Senior's decision. Portrait? What portrait? Xiao Changtian didn't notice Su Daji's strange behavior. Instead, he heard what Marshal Shangguan was talking about. Senior, I'm Nine Phoenix. The clan leader of the Nine Phoenix clan is here to welcome you. Shangguan Shuai hurriedly said. Originally, he wanted to address her as the Nine Phoenix matriarch. However, Mu Jiahuang had previously instructed that Senior was a reclusive expert. She had to address her as the family head and not the empress. Shuai changed his words. I almost said it wrong. The empress's whip is really hard to take. Shangguan Shuai rejoiced in his heart. Clan leader of the Nine Phoenix clan? Jiao. Xiao Changtian was stunned. When did Jiao become the family head? Xiao Changtian frowned. Could it be that Jiao has hidden his identity from me? Forget it. Why are you thinking so much? You'll know when you see Jiao. Xiao Changtian shook his head and smiled faintly. He then said, Lead the way. Yes, sir. Shangguan Shuai nodded in agreement. The person in front of him was a hidden expert, so he didn't dare to be negligent. Thus the group moved forward again. Black Tortoise followed at the back of the group, riding on top of Fatty Rongrong's head, not daring to make a sound. The depressing atmosphere made Fat Rongrong also pull out her chest and back. Before she was walking on 2 legs, now she was walking on 4. Phew, luckily this person didn't say anything. Su Daji heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, he was worried that his identity would be exposed. As the group advanced, a beam of spiritual light lit up on Shangguan Shuai's ring and flew out. It was a message for Mu Jiahuang. However, this spiritual light was intercepted by an old woman as soon as it reached the gate of the Nine Phoenix dynasty. State Preceptor, is he here? Can we start setting up the formation now? My heavenly silk has long been thirsty for it. Yin Feifei said. Forget it, Yin Feifei. Your heavenly silk is far inferior to my wind lightning twin formation. Palm Wind Lightning said. What are you two doing? The most powerful thing was to subdue the enemy without fighting. A red-robed woman with a voluptuous figure, who was even bigger and more charming than the Bone Charm Demon Emperor, walked out. Her body was surrounded by a fragrant wind that made people unable to resist just by looking at her. She was Phantom. He was most skilled in illusions and confusion, and his cultivation level was even higher than the Bone Succubus Monster Emperor. The experts of the Nine Phoenix dynasty stood in a row. They stood in front of the gate of the Nine Phoenix dynasty, and there were only about 10 meters between them. However, the middle path was filled with killing formations that contained terrifying danger. Those killing formations, as long as one's strength was insufficient, one would die upon touching them. Very good. Show us your strength. The master that the Empress mentioned is about to come. We definitely can't let the Empress be deceived. The old woman said in a deep voice. The Empress had already broken through to the Mahayana realm, but she actually said that she had broken through with the help of her master. Was this a joke? Would the people of the Nine Phoenix dynasty believe it? The first thing she thought of was that the Empress must have been deceived. A woman who fell in love would always be rational. The old woman was deceived like this back then. She didn't want Mu Jiahuang to repeat the same mistake. 15 minutes later, Marshal Shengguan arrived with Xiao Changtian. Welcome, Senior. The experts of the Nine Phoenix dynasty shouted in unison. The scene is really lively. Xiao Changtian smiled faintly. Xiao Changtian carried the white tiger and walked forward. Behind him, Shengguan Shuai's heart skipped a beat. Looking at these people, he couldn't understand what they were trying to do. Don't you guys court death? Shengguan Shuai hurriedly sent a Zhenyuan voice transmission. Chapter 140. Chapter 140. Jiuer's hometown is really simple. _I. Chapter 140. Jiuer's hometown is really simple. _I. Shengguan Shuai's expression was extremely serious. He was extremely anxious, and quickly sent a voice transmission to the old woman, Yin Fei Fei, Phantom and the others. Don't court death. Senior is really invincible. However, as soon as his true essence voice transmission was sent out, it was as if the air was cut. This was Yin Fei Fei's heavenly silkworm formation. It could cut through anything. Shengguan Shuai's Zhenyuan voice transmission was cut through by the heavenly silkworm. It's over. Shengguan Shuai's face was filled with shock, and he could only send a message to Yin Fei Fei and the others through hand gestures. Don't use the formation. Shengguan Shuai jumped up and waved his arms in the air, signaling Yin Fei Fei to quickly put away the heavenly silk. In front of Senior, the heavenly silk is completely useless. Shengguan Shuai was not worried about what these formations would do to the seniors, but he was worried that Yin Fei Fei and the others' Dao hearts would collapse. Oh! However, Yin Fei Fei, who was in front of him, thought that Shengguan Shuai was cheering him on. A smile appeared on her face, and she made a gesture to show that she was done. That gesture was telling Marshal Shengguan to rest assured that his heavenly silkworm formation was invincible. As long as it was a human, as long as it was a cultivator, in front of his natural silk, it would definitely reveal its true form. Humph, the space in front of you is filled with tens of thousands of heavenly silkworms. You can't see or touch them. You're just a mortal. Yin Fei Fei stared at Xiao Changtian and sneered. Originally, he thought that Xiao Changtian should be a cultivator in the Tribulation Transcendence realm. After all, the Empress was the #1 person in the human race, so she had her pride. He couldn't possibly find a good-for-nothing, right? However, the Xiao Changtian in front of him had no cultivation at all, which made Yin Fei Fei angry. A mere mortal dared to dream of climbing up to the Nine Phoenix matriarch. He was simply courting death. Rise! Yin Fei Fei softly shouted and muttered an incantation. The heavenly silk that filled the space disappeared without a trace, as if there was no obstacle in front of him at all. This was the most terrifying killing move of his heavenly silkworm silk. It could not be detected. In a situation where one was unable to detect danger, no matter how powerful one was, they would be severely injured. Moreover, was he a mere mortal? I don't believe that you can walk past me. However, before Yin Fei Fei could finish her words, Xiao Changtian carried the white tiger and walked over leisurely as if nothing had happened. Even the people behind Xiao Changtian walked over. He was not affected at all. Had he seen a ghost? What happened? Yin Fei Fei and Yizhani's heavenly silkworm formation didn't work. This shouldn't be the case. Yin Fei Fei frowned and walked in. He wanted to see if the heavenly silk was out of order. However, at the next moment, a blood-curdling scream rang out. Ah! Yun Feifei was directly slashed by her own heavenly silk, leaving countless bloody marks. What happened? Xiao Changtian turned his head and looked at Yun Feifei, who was jumping around and shouting in confusion. Hehe, senior, I'm cheering, I'm happy, I'm welcoming you. Yun Feifei bounced on the spot, and an extremely ugly smile squeezed out of her painful and ferocious face. Welcome. Xiao Changtian nodded. He didn't expect the people of Jiao'er's hometown to be so excited when he came. It seemed that Jiao'er was still grateful for his kindness. Xiao Changtian continued to walk forward, wanting to see what other surprises Jiao'er had prepared for him. Hello, senior. The second person was the Wind Lightning Palm. The Wind Lightning Palm had set up the Wind Lightning dual formation. As long as someone stepped in, there would be a terrifying hurricane that could move mountains and overturn seas, and lightning would fall from the sky. Yun Feifei really can't do it. What heavenly silk? One didn't even arrange the heavenly silk properly. Seeing that this person is immortal, I let my guard down. Zhang Fenglei's expression was solemn. When Xiao Changtian walked over, he raised his hands and made a welcoming gesture. In reality, it was the two palms giving the order. Xiao Changtian raised his left and right hands one after another, and a breeze blew. Accompanied by the flashes of lightning in the sky, Xiao Changtian walked over with a smile. There's also a flash. You're having fun. Xiao Changtian nodded. He didn't expect that there would be so many fun things to do in the victorious East Continent. It seemed that he would have to stay in Jiao'er's hometown for a while. At least it wasn't as boring as the North Province. Xiao Changtian thought to himself as he led everyone over. Zhang Daolin looked at the experts along the way and nodded. The experts here were all at the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Moreover, all of them were either generals or guards of the Nine Phoenix dynasty. They were all old acquaintances. However, this time, the Wind Lightning Palm didn't have time to greet Zhang Daolin. This was because there was a problem with his Wind Lightning formation. That's impossible. The Wind Lightning formation has always been connected to my spiritual will. The Wind Lightning Palm could not understand, so he raised his hands and cast the spell again. He did not believe that it was a problem with his array. How could he be like Yun Feifei, so careless and underestimating the enemy? Boom! Whoosh! A bolt of lightning descended, and a gust of wind blew. In an instant, the Wind Lightning Palm's clothes were torn apart by his Wind Lightning dual formation. Its hair stood up, and its face was pitch black. Black smoke came out of its mouth. Due to the lightning strikes, his body was still numb. He was like a zombie, jumping around on the spot. His arms kept waving in the air. Hearing the sound of thunder, Xiao Changtian turned around and saw the Wind Lightning Palm. You changed so quickly? He even knew how to do a zombie dance? Not bad. Xiao Changtian looked at the dance of the Wind Lightning Palm and was extremely satisfied. He couldn't wait to see the next surprise, so he quickened his pace. Bang! Stabbing! Whoosh! 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 Attacks rained down one after another. Xiao Changtian passed by, and the experts who were passing the tribulation were dumbfounded. They tried their own formations, but they were reflected by their own formations. One by one, they started to scream and celebrate. All kinds of lights lit up in the sky. For a moment, outside the gate of the Nine Phoenix dynasty, it was like a disco venue. Neon lights flashed, and figures moved rhythmically under the flashing neon lights. There was even music floating in the space. Amongst them, the red-robed woman who was the most passionate was dancing happily and passionately. When Shangguan Shuai saw this scene, his face instantly darkened. He ran over helplessly and hurriedly sent a Zhen Yuan voice transmission to the old woman. He couldn't provoke her and didn't dare to probe further. The old woman trembled in shock, but didn't answer Shangguan Shuai. I didn't expect Jiao'er's hometown to be so fun. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Changtian hugged the white tiger and stroked the cat's head, a faint smile on his face. Then, Xiao Changtian turned to look at Shangguan Shuai and the old woman, and praised. The people of Jiao'er's hometown are hospitable and simple. Chapter 141 Chapter 141 Chapter 141 The servant of the divine clan is richer than me? Fuck. Chapter 141 Chapter 141 The servant of the divine clan is richer than me? Fuck. Yes, thank you for your praise, senior. Shangguan Shui laughed mockingly. He could already imagine how depressed Yun Feifei, the old woman, and the imperial advisor would be. Senior, I'll bring you to see the clan leader of the Nine Phoenix clan first. This way, please. Shangguan Shui pulled himself away and brought Xiao Changtian and the others to the main hall. As expected, after Shangguan Shui left, a series of wails and howls could be heard in front of the gate of the Nine Phoenix dynasty. What kind of expert is this? One thought you were immortal. The heavenly silk almost cut off my treasure. My formation was controlled by senior, and I was almost killed by my own lightning technique. This old lady is so embarrassed. She failed to seduce me, and was seduced instead. This old lady lost her first kiss. Which bastard took my first kiss just now? It wasn't me. It wasn't me. The male cultivators hurriedly refused. The waters were too deep and too big for them to grasp. Under Marshal Shangguan's lead, they quickly arrived at the main hall of the Nine Phoenix dynasty. They came in a white horse carriage. The entire Nine Phoenix dynasty was simply too vast. If they were to walk, they might not even be able to reach the main hall before nightfall. These buildings are all yours. That building, this lake, that garden, this place is so beautiful. This was the first time Chu Iren had seen the Nine Phoenix dynasty, and she couldn't help but praise it. The immortal Daong, Jiang Beichen, and Su Daji were also a little moved. Xiao Changtian was the most shocked. Along the way, the ground was inlaid with colorful gemstones. The gemstones shone brightly in 7 colors. These lights reflected in the void and formed rainbows. The carriage they were riding in was made of golden Nanma wood. 2 football-sized luminous pearls were placed in the carriage, and the interior of the carriage was as bright as day. Xiao Changtian even recognized the materials used to build the palace. It was the most expensive silk material on the continent, the Snow Mountain golden silk. 1 strand was worth thousands of taels of gold, and the embroidery process was needless to say. Just this carriage alone was probably more expensive than the total cost of the West Bull Continent Academy. Jior is so rich. No wonder they don't want wages. Xiao Changtian didn't need to use words to describe it. He suddenly understood why Jior wanted to stay in his small courtyard as a maid without paying. She was here to experience life. Xiao Changtian was speechless. My maid is richer than me. Tisk. Xiao Changtian closed his eyes. A plan suddenly appeared in his mind. He wanted to be Mu Jiohuang's servant. He even opened a bookstore. In her previous life, she was too naive. She thought that there was some sweet love, and actually rejected Auntie Wang. Even though she still remembered Auntie Wang's number, it was 13. However, it was no longer important. His experience in his previous life had taught him that only by taking shortcuts could he make his life better. Let's do it this way. Find a time to discuss it with Jior. 1 foot 11 inches come here to work. Xiao Changtian opened his eyes again, his gaze firm. In the main hall, Mu Jiohuang sat on the throne and frowned. It shouldn't be. At this time, Master should have arrived. Should one go out and take a look? Mu Jiohuang had just stood up when Xiao Changtian and the others walked in under the lead of Marshal Shangguan. Master. Seeing Xiao Changtian, Mu Jiohuang's face lit up with joy. She hurriedly walked over, her fair face filled with joy. Jior, I'm tired. Arrange a room for me first, and let me rest for a while. Come to my room tonight. Xiao Changtian said in a deep voice. Everything here was too prosperous. Even a floor tile on the ground was more expensive than his entire fortune. At night he should have a good talk with Jior and let her work here. Yes. Seeing Xiao Changtian's gloomy face, Mu Jiohuang agreed, and brought Xiao Changtian to the most precious room of the Nine Phoenix dynasty. All right, you can leave now. Remember to come back at night. Xiao Changtian ordered and closed the door. He only carried a white tiger, a turtle, and a few others and handed them to Wang Miaoshou and Jiang Beichen to take care of. Jade coral nightlight deep sea glass floor. Velvet golden quilt. Xiao Changtian was lying on the bed. His defense was broken. Did I do something wrong to offend Senior? Mu Jiuhuang asked doubtfully. Master should just be tired. Wang Miaoshou said indifferently. Is that so? Mu Jiuhuang frowned, and felt that there must be a reason for this. She looked coldly at Marshal Shangguan. Under the pressure of the Water Empress, Shangguan Shuaishuai immediately confessed everything. You guys really make me angry. Prepare to be whipped. Mu Jiuhuang was extremely furious. No wonder Master's face was so dark. It turned out that these people were behind it. 15 minutes later. Screams sounded again. Time. They lived peacefully. Xiao Changtian fell asleep in his room. Jiang Beichen, Wang Miaoshou, and the others were touring the Nine Phoenix Empire. As for the Black Tortoise, of course, it could not stay idle. Beauty, did you agree to this Sea King's request? The Black Tortoise was exchanging feelings with Phantasmal Shadow in front of her. They talked about everything. Phantasmal Shadow could only smile awkwardly and agree to anything. Although the Black Tortoise was ugly, it was terrifying. Ever since Shangguan Shuai told her about the Black Tortoise's identity, Phantasmal Shadow did not dare to reject the turtle. However, being pestered by the turtle like this made her feel very aggrieved. 6 hours passed, and Phantasmal Shadow finally could not hold it in any longer. Black Tortoise's love words were too old-fashioned. She wanted to vomit when she heard them. Helpless, she gritted her teeth and said, "All right, as long as you bring back a flower of 10 colors. 1 foot 11 inches agree to your request." Really? The Black Tortoise was delighted. Really? Phantasmal Shadow nodded. Ha ha ha, fatty, let's go. The Black Tortoise patted the head of the Iron Eater, and the two of them disappeared from the Nine Phoenix dynasty. He has finally left. Phantasmal Shadow's expression relaxed as she watched Black Tortoise leave. A flower had 10 colors. How could such a flower exist? It doesn't exist at all right. Hee hee, Senior Black Tortoise, I'm sorry. Phantasmal Shadow chuckled flirtatiously. Then, she got up and began to look for the person who stole her first kiss. She had to let that man know how powerful she was tonight. Time passed. Night fell quickly. Xiao Changtian woke up after a nap, full of energy, but not in a good mood. Dong dong dong. Mu Jiuhuang knocked on the door. Master, can I go in? Mu Jiuhuang asked nervously, not knowing why her master was looking for her. If his subordinates offended the people of the lake during the day, master wouldn't blame them, right? Come in. Quote. Xiao Changtian's voice sounded in the room. He had already decided to work for Jiu. Chapter 142. Chapter 142. He flees, he chases, he can't escape even if he had wings. Chapter 142. He flees, he chases, he can't escape even if he had wings. Jiu, let me discuss something with you. In the room, Mu Jiuhuang sat on the edge of the bed, feeling flattered. Her face was as red as water. Xiao Changtian placed his hands on her shoulders. Mu Jiuhuang could even feel Xiao Changtian's breathing, and her face turned even redder. Jiu, tell me, how have I treated you during this period of time? Xiao Changtian asked. Of course it's good. Master often reminds Jiu. Mu Jiuhuang nodded and said sincerely. Master's life-saving grace, the grace of guiding him to break through to the great ascension realm, the grace of helping him comprehend the great Tao, and the grace of bestowing him with a cultivation technique. All of this was a supreme opportunity that she could not repay. That's good. I thought about it for a moment. The agreement between us is invalid. From today onwards, you are no longer my maid. Xiao Changtian took out the contract and handed it to Mu Jiuhuang. Mu Jiuhuang was shocked. Master, what are you doing? What did Jiu do wrong? Please forgive Jiu. Jiu will definitely change. Mu Jiuhuang panicked and stood up. Only by following his master would he have the chance to explore the strongest great Tao. However, master has returned the agreement. Could it be that master wants to chase me away? No. Mu Jiuhuang looked anxious, and quickly begged Xiao Changtian for forgiveness. Jiu'er, don't misunderstand. I'm not chasing you away, but want to work for you. Look, I've been good to you during this period of time, right? You can keep me working here, but you can't not get paid. You don't lack money, right? Xiao Changtian smiled faintly. He really wanted to stay here. He had been through a lot of hardships, from the North Barren continent to the West Cow continent, and then to the East Victory continent. 3 bookstore branches had opened, and he had been through a lot of hardships. He had even encountered quite a bit of resistance in the West Cow continent and the East Victory continent before he sold well it. However, the money earned by the bookstore might not even be enough to buy a floor tile from Jiu'er. Master, what did I do wrong? Please don't chase Jiu'er away. Seeing Xiao Changtian say that he wanted to work for her, Mu Jiuhuang was scared silly. Master is a supreme expert. A peerless expert. Work for me. With a thud, Mu Jiuhuang knelt down. Her beautiful face turned pale, and her big watery eyes sparkled. She was anxious. This time he was really anxious. Jiu'er, what are you doing? Xiao Changtian was dumbfounded. He had already made it clear that he only wanted to work for Jiu'er. Master, please don't chase Jiu'er away. Without you, Jiu'er really doesn't know what to do next. Mu Jiuhuang's voice started to turn hoarse. The next path. Xiao Changtian was even more confused. You have such a huge fortune. Why do you have to worry about the future? However, Xiao Changtian could faintly hear Mu Jiuhuang's sobs. This Jiu'er seems to have really cried? It can't be right? Xiao Changtian was shocked. His brain started working quickly, and his eyes suddenly lit up. I understand now. Jiu'er came to work not to experience life, but because she really doesn't know how to live. In Xiao Changtian's mind, he still remembered the first time Jiu'er was chased by someone. When she came to his courtyard, she was at a loss. Also, she didn't know how to communicate with others. She was always straightforward, and even made her very angry. However, after she became his maid for a period of time, Jiu'er seemed to have become something. Forget it, forget it. In that case, you can keep it. Xiao Changtian said lightly, his face filled with helplessness. Since Jiu'er could not leave him, he could only work hard. Sigh. All the shortcuts in life have been sealed off by myself. Xiao Changtian smiled bitterly in his heart. On the other side, Fatty Rongrong and Black Tortoise began to search the entire continent for flowers with 10 different colors. First, they began a radar-like search in the victorious East continent, with the 9 Phoenix dynasty as their main focus. However, he couldn't find it. Not a single one was found. Boss Black Tortoise, are there no flowers of 10 colors in this world? Fatty Rongrong asked. I don't know. Black Tortoise shook his head. Then why did Boss agree to her? What if she was lying to us? Fatty Rongrong raised her head, looking at the sky and asked curiously. This Sea King has never liked pretty girls. What this Sea King likes is the process of conquering those pretty girls. You don't understand, this is a realm. The Black Tortoise shook its head, revealing an unfathomable expression. I like the process. Fatty Rongrong shook his head. He didn't understand. He didn't want to understand. In any case, he felt that the beauties that Boss liked were all skinny like vampires. They were not good looking. However, he was the underling, so he couldn't disrespect his boss. That was what the previous owner had told him. However, where did you go? Why haven't you returned yet? Fatty Rongrong looked at the horizon, her eyes melancholic. His previous master had treated him quite well. However, he had taken away his companion and sealed himself instead, which puzzled him. Haha, you won't be able to escape today. At this moment, a loud and arrogant laugh rang out. In the distance, a handsome, fair-skinned youth was fleeing. If one did not pay attention, it was easy to mistake this youth for a woman. Behind the young man, there was a burly man with a lewd expression on his face. He stared at the young man with greedy eyes that were filled with evil light, as if he wanted to devour the young man. The youth fled. The burly man chased after him. He ran, he chased. Ha ha ha. Even if you have wings, you won't be able to fly. Obediently obey me. The burly man said coldly, his face carrying a faint evil light. Seeing that he was about to catch up to the young man, he tore off a corner of the young man's clothes. Following that, the burly man's gaze became even more greedy. Help! The young man let out a shrill scream. He was extremely afraid and wrapped his clothes tightly again. Scream, scream. Even if you scream until your throat breaks, no one will stop you. Ahahaha. Fat, it gives me goosebumps. Black Tortoise could not stand it anymore. Boss, let me help you solve it. Fatty Rongrong instantly understood Black Tortoise's order, her entire body turning into a blur, instantly rushing over, her speed extremely fast. Bang! Fatty's voice was as loud as a mountain, instantly sending the burly man flying. The burly man landed heavily on the ground, smashing a huge pit in the ground. The pit was so deep that one could not see the bottom. Boss, it's settled. Fatty Rongrong once again flew back smiling. Not bad, you deserve it. The Black Tortoise patted the turtle's head, and 2 green lights descended again. Chapter 143, Chapter 143. Going out to hunt the continent Shakasalai. Chapter 143. Going out to hunt the continent Shakasalai. Hey, it's green. I'm green again. Fatty Rongrong danced happily. This was an opportunity. The opportunity that Boss Black Tortoise had given him. Diwu was stunned. This was the first time he had seen someone so happy after being cuckolded. Thank you for saving my life, Senior, Diwu said gratefully. These 2 demon beasts were so powerful that they could actually kill a tribulation-transcending expert in an instant. Oh, Fatty, let's go. Black Tortoise patted Fatty Rongrong's head. He basically didn't want to save anyone. He just couldn't stand that big man. She was actually interested in men. Black Tortoise could not accept it. Oh. Fatty Rongrong nodded, bringing Black Tortoise to change direction, directly leaving. Boss, I think the 10 colored flowers are in this direction. Fatty Rongrong said. This way. Black Tortoise shook his head and pointed in another direction. Yes. 1 foot 11 inches. Listen to Boss. Boss is wise and mighty, handsome. Everyone loves him. Fatty Rongrong licked. Diwu, who was left behind, was stunned. This panda's strength was terrifying beyond compare, but it was still fawning over the turtle. Was the turtle more powerful than the black and white bears? It must be. Otherwise, the panda wouldn't have become a bootlicker. Diwu expression changed slightly. He thought of his friend Li Taibai, who was still in deep trouble. He came out to ask for help, to find experts to help Li Taibai. The 2 seniors in front of him had saved him, and each of them was stronger than the other. Although he was a demon, Li Taibai was in a critical situation and couldn't care less. Senior, wait for me, Diwu hurriedly said, afraid that the fat Rongrong would fly too fast for him to catch up. However, Fatty Rongrong and Black Tortoise basically didn't bother with him. Diwu was anxious when he saw that his call was useless. Suddenly his eyes lit up, thinking of some of Fatty Rongrong's words, instantly having an idea. Heroic and invincible, handsome and elegant, Senior Turtle. Diwu shouted loudly. Did you call me? Sure enough, as Diwu voice fell, the turtle directly pulled Fatty Rongrong's head, turning around, raising its proud turtle head. Yes, I'm calling you. Other than others, is there anyone here who is handsome and invincible? You're simply a god who has descended to the mortal world. Diwu saw that his praise was very effective, so he spared no effort in saying this. Hehe, you're quite good at talking. The other words are very good, but there are 2 points that are wrong. You need to correct them. Firstly, I am not a turtle. Secondly, don't insult me with the words heavenly god. They are not worthy. Black Tortoise said indifferently. It's not a turtle, it's the turtle deity. Diwu hurriedly changed his words, but he cursed in his heart. A turtle demon actually said that he was born unworthy. The Black Tortoise smiled faintly. How could Diwu not understand what he was thinking? In an instant. Buzz! An extremely terrifying aura instantly erupted. A shadow of the Black Tortoise, that was as tall as the sky, instantly enveloped the sky, The 4 legs of the black tortoise were like heavenly pillars that stood between heaven and earth. Around the black tortoise, there was an immeasurable amount of seawater flowing back, as if it wanted to drown the heavens. Hiss! Di Wuzheng, who had been silently lamenting just now, immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. He was shocked by the black tortoise's terrifying aura. It was too terrifying. It was simply terrifying to the extreme. In front of the black tortoise's terrifying aura, Di Wuzheng was so scared that he did not dare to move. Even the spiritual power in his body seemed to have frozen, and he could not walk normally. Bang! In the next moment, Di Wuzheng fell from the sky, smashing a huge pit in the ground. Oh! Then Di Wuzheng's scream was heard. Due to the intense pain, Di Wuzheng fainted. Bring him back and let master treat him, Black Tortoise said indifferently. Yes, boss. Fatty Rongrong nodded. On the other side. In the 9 Phoenix dynasty, Xiao Changtian's plan to work for Mu Jiuhuang was completely destroyed. There was no longer any chance. Although your place is very beautiful and magnificent, there are so many swords and halberds. Do the people in your hometown advocate martial arts? Xiao Changtian asked. Although there were many swords, spears, and halberds, it was obvious that they were defective. It was better to fight it out himself. Not to mention the legendary divine weapons of the immortal cultivators. It could only mean that the people in Jiuer's hometown respected martial arts. It should be. Mu Jiuhuang stuttered. Her dynasty was indeed powerful. Of course, this power was only limited to her master, and the lives on the Tianyuan continent other than her enemies. Compared to master, he was simply an ant. How about this? Let's go hunting. It just so happens that Daoist Big Sun has an interspatial ring. When you come, help me bring my bow and arrows. Xiao Changtian said lightly. Last night, his archery had just reached the great success realm. Anyway, he was in a bad mood now. He went out to get some wild boar and rabbits. It was a good time to have a picnic and relax. Alright. Hearing that Xiao Changtian wanted to hunt, Mu Jiuhuang gathered the experts of the 9 Phoenix dynasty. 15 minutes later, everyone set off. Along the way, Xiao Changtian didn't mind. Seeing so many people behind him, he was instantly filled with confidence. With so many people, it was very safe. It was just the right time to walk into the deep mountains and forests. There were many people, and they could take care of each other. There would not be any danger. Hence, he decided to do it. On the way, Xiao Changtian specifically looked for secluded paths or dark caves. Those places looked dangerous, and he had to go there. Along the way, they met many pedestrians. Those passers-by were so shocked by our hunting team that they couldn't speak, haha. Xiao Changtian laughed. Yes. Shengguan Shui, Zhang Feng Lei, and the others quickly smiled and replied. Yes, there were many people. This time, the 9 Phoenix dynasty's tribulation transcending experts had all appeared. With so many people, which sect was not afraid? As for the passers-by along the way, they were all experts who were transcending tribulation. They were figures at the level of sect masters. However, to an expert like Senior, he was just a passerby. That direction is not bad. It looks interesting. Let's go. Xiao Changtian pointed at a deep valley ahead. The deep valley was filled with black trees. It was so eerie that ordinary people didn't dare to approach it. Then that was the Black Forest. Looking at the forest in front of him, the sect leader of the Rising Sun sect was the first to react. That was the most dangerous place in the entire victorious East continent. There were dozens of demon beasts in the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Even the 9 Phoenix dynasty did not dare to provoke them. Could it be that the 9 Phoenix Empire is going to wage war against the Black Forest? The sect master of the Rising Sun sect was shocked and instantly disappeared. The news spread throughout the entire victorious East continent. Chapter 144. Help, the bow is too heavy. 1. Chapter 144. Help, the bow is too heavy. 1. The 9 phoenixes are waging war against the Black Forest. Is that true? Taoist Master Zhaoyang, are you telling the truth? Are you lying to us? The Waterback sect master asked in bewilderment. I can testify that this is true. I can also testify that I still have the crystal ball. The other sect leaders along the way echoed. Even the sect leader of the Heavenly Sun sect took out a crystal ball. Xiao Changtian led the way. Mu Jiahuang followed behind, and the mighty experts of the 9 Phoenix dynasty entered the Black Forest one by one. In just a few seconds, this video spread like lightning. In an instant, the entire victorious East continent shook violently. Other than the 9 Phoenix Empire waging war against the Black Forest, every sect had also begun to issue such an order. The person in the portrait must not be provoked. On the portrait was Xiao Changtian. Every sect leader was trying to guess Xiao Changtian's identity. After all, the person who could make the 9 Phoenix matriarch give up her leadership position was definitely a peerless expert. In the Black Forest, ghostly mist and black gas filled the air. From time to time, ghostly cries could be heard, which was extremely terrifying. If it was before, the experts of the 9 Phoenix dynasty would definitely be extremely nervous. This was because the Black Forest was an extremely difficult bone to chew on, and it was not inferior to the 9 Phoenix dynasty. But now there was no worry at all. With Senior here, these demonic beasts were nothing at all. As for Xiao Changtian, he was even less afraid. There were so many of them, could something happen? It was impossible. Alpha Scout ahead. Xiao Changtian only brought Alpha with him this time. Alpha had already grown into a prototype, so it was a good time to train Alpha's hidden wolf nature. Hence, he decided to do it. Alpha nodded and ran quickly. If Master asked him to scout the way, wouldn't that mean that he would get rid of those troublesome people? This was simple. Woof woof woof. Alpha ran and shouted. He had already been thrown into the Black Forest, and Xiao Changtian began to lose his vision. Then, Alpha activated all his strength. Every bark was like the sound of the great Tao. In the Black Forest, those Tribulation Transcendence Realm demons were so frightened that they returned to their original forms and slowly fled. Rustle, rustle, rustle. In the Black Forest, the leaves swayed as countless shadows ran through the forest. For a moment, the people of the 9 Phoenix dynasty became vigilant. They all picked up their weapons and prepared to attack. Taoist Zhaoyang, Taoist Ritian, and the others who followed closely behind were even more frightened. They could clearly sense that countless demons were running. The real-time broadcast crystal ball in his hand was trembling. Are they going to fight? Heavens, stop shaking, okay? The picture is a little blurry. One by one, the tribulation transcending experts of the victorious East continent began to send voice transmissions to Taoist Sun Sky. Ritian activated his cultivation technique and steadied his right hand. The scene gradually stabilized. Look, it's the big demon elk. Big demon black bear. Also, I can't count them. Why are they all rushing out? This battle is going to be a river of blood. The experts of the victorious East continent all became nervous when they saw the demonic beasts charging out. They were all in demon form. These demon beasts were not to be trifled with. It was a showdown between transcending tribulations. There would definitely be many casualties. Master, do you need us to? Mu Jiahuang frowned and asked in a deep voice. With so many tribulations, even the current her did not dare to take them head on. No need. Sit down and rest. Let me do it. Isn't it, Xiao Lu? A whole bunch of these is just enough for me to warm up. Xiao Changtian waved his hand, indicating for everyone to sit down. Yes. Mu Jiahuang nodded. With a wave of her hand, everyone sat down. Female patriarch, did Senior come alone? This number is a little too much. Shengguan Shui asked in confusion. Yes, we know that Senior is very powerful, but isn't there too many of them? The others were also worried. They knew that Xiao Changtian's strength was terrifying and far surpassed theirs. However, The number of demonic beasts that ran out in front of them was like a tide increasing. No need. Mu Jiahuang shook her head with a firm expression. Since Master said that there was no need, then there was really no need. In fact, her eyes were filled with anticipation. Can we finally see Master make a move? Outside the crystal ball, the sect leaders were extremely shocked. The Nine Phoenix dynasty was letting a mortal deal with the demon beast tide. However, before they could react, Xiao Changtian had already picked up his longbow. Not bad, good bow. Xiao Changtian nodded. This bow was given to him by the system along with this small courtyard. He had once wanted to use this bow to roam the world, but he knew that he could not cultivate yet. This was the first time he had used it. However, with his mastery of forging, he knew that this was a good bow. Whoosh! Xiao Changtian swung his slingshot, and a soft sound was heard. It's nice, nice is a good bow. Arrows! Xiao Changtian smiled. Although these animals could run fast, they were nothing in front of his archery skills. Master arrow. Mu Jiahuang took out a phoenix feather arrow and handed it over. Xiao Changtian drew his bow and shot an arrow. Whoosh! This arrow was aimed at the black bear, which looked to be the largest. With a piercing sound, the speed was extremely fast. In that instant, even space distorted. No, this arrow directly crossed the dimension of space. Bang! The arrow suddenly killed Black Bear Demon Emperor. The power of the arrow even nailed the Black Bear Demon Emperor to the huge rock behind it. Hiss! Countless tribulation passing experts gasped when they saw this scene. The moment the arrows hit the Black Bear Demon Emperor, they could feel an unstoppable force. It was as if no one could resist or dodge that arrow. There was only death, only the outcome of being pierced. However, before everyone could exclaim in surprise, Xiao Changtian was on steroids. Seeing that his first arrow could kill a black bear so easily, wouldn't he be able to kill the other animals as he pleased? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Xiao Changtian shot out multiple arrows, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In just 15 minutes, Xiao Changtian had killed more than a dozen wild beasts. Only then did he stop. As the saying goes, when things reach an extreme, they will turn against each other. Hunting can only be done a little. If you hunt too much, it will destroy the ecological balance, which is not good. Senior, you so powerful. Xiao Changtian turned around and saw the shocked faces of Shengguan Shuai and the others. He just SOSO. I haven't used my full strength today. Xiao Changtian smiled faintly. He had just warmed up. Come, hold the bow for me. I'm going to collect the spoils of war. Xiao Changtian handed the bow to Shengguan Shuai. Oh! Shengguan Shuai hurriedly nodded and took it. But in the next moment, a huge force crushed him. Ah, help! The bow is too heavy. Chapter 145, Chapter 145. Chapter 145 Di Wuzheng's apprenticeship is coupled with immortal cultivators. Chapter 145. Chapter 145 Di Wuzheng's apprenticeship is coupled with immortal cultivators. All. Help. Senior, save me. This bow is too heavy. Shengguan Shuai tried his best to shout. He was absent-minded when he held the bow. He was just shocked by Xiao Changtian's invincibility. However, when he took the bow, Shengguan Shuai was crushed. Heavy. It was incomparably heavy. Shengguan Shuai used all the spiritual energy in his dantian, but he could not move the divine bow at all. Ha ha ha, Shengguan Shuai, you can't be serious. You were squeezed dry by Phantom last night? Zhang Feng lay by the side laughed. You bastard, hurry up and help me. Shengguan Shuai cursed angrily. He even felt a little suffocated. Beg me and I'll help you. Zhang Fenglei laughed. I beg you, hurry up. I'm going to die. Shengguan Shuai begged, his voice starting to become weak. Seeing this, Zhang Fenglei knew that things weren't as simple as they seemed and hurriedly raised his bow. However, just as he bent down and reached out to grab the bow, the heavy force caught him off guard, and he fell down onto Shuai Shang. All! Shengguan Shuai let out another miserable scream. With a cracking sound, a few bones in his body broke. Fuck your ancestors. Zua! Shengguan Shui was being pressed down, and he was in extreme pain, staring at the palm of Wind Lightning. The Wind Lightning palm was so frightened that its face turned pale, and it hurriedly stood up. Senior, your bow is too heavy, please save Shui Shui. Zhang Fenglei said anxiously, looking at Xiao Changtian, who was holding a wild rabbit in his hand. All! Xiao Changtian was stunned. Although this bow was made of fine iron, and the material was better, it shouldn't be that bad. Xiao Changtian picked up the bow and waved it in his hand. You guys should really train more. Your physical fitness is a little poor. Xiao Changtian said lightly. Then, he put the bow back into the Great Sun Immortal's ring. Stay here for now. I might need you soon. Xiao Changtian instructed Zhang Gong. In the ring, Zhang Gong trembled as if he was nodding. Another 15 minutes passed. All the prey was taken over by the crowd. Xiao Changtian nodded with satisfaction and said, All right, 1 foot 11 inches teach you how to roast meat later. Smoke rose from the chimneys in the Black Forest. Outside the Black Forest, the Sun Sect leader, and the others were fleeing at lightning speed. It was too terrifying. What kind of expert was that? Killing a tribulation was like killing a chicken. The scene of Xiao Changtian hunting on the crystal ball was spread out again. Countless sects in the victorious East continent fell silent out of fear. Mu Jiahuang was reprimanding Shengguan Shui. Senior's item is a divine item, not something you can touch, understand? Mu Jiahuang was doing this for the good of Shui Shui and the others. She still remembered that in the small courtyard, she wanted to pick up Senior's hammer. But no matter what, she could not pick it up. It was Senior Black Tortoise who told her that only Senior could take it. Senior Black Tortoise? Mu Jiahuang was surprised. Beside Black Tortoise, there was an unconscious youth. Ding! Take the 5th official Li Taibai as his disciple. At this moment, the system's voice rang out again. Xiao Changtian, who was roasting meat, was stunned. Diwu Zheng Li Taibai, who is it? Xiao Changtian was confused. Why did he give a specific name this time? In the vast sea of people on the Tianyuan continent, finding 2 people was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Take your time. There's no hurry. Xiao Changtian calmed down and took things one step at a time. There would be a day when the mission was completed. If he couldn't complete it, then he would perish together with the stupid system. Jiu-er, it's time to eat meat. Xiao Changtian picked up a rabbit leg and shouted at Mu Jiahuang. However, just as she looked over, she saw a young man with a delicate face lying beside Mu Jiahuang. He was as handsome as a girl. The young man seemed to be seriously injured. This time, Wang Niaoshou Su Daji and Jiang Beichen were not with him. Therefore, Xiao Changtian could only get up and go to the doctor himself, who asked him to have medical skills. Doctors were benevolent. Come, let me see. Xiao Changtian walked to the young man. Ding! The 5th is detected. The system notification sounded. Xiao Changtian was delighted. This is Diwu Zheng? This is my disciple. The mission this time is a little simple. Xiao Changtian smiled. This was the easiest mission he had ever received. As he spoke, Xiao Changtian took out a black pill from his sleeve. This was what he usually refined. The black pill was directly stuffed into Diwu's mouth. After a while, Diwu Zheng opened his eyes. Where is this place? Diwu Zheng was extremely confused. He opened his eyes and felt that the forest in front of him was black. Suddenly he raised his eyebrows. Black Forest? This is the Black Forest. Diwu Zheng was shocked. Although he was only in the Golden Core realm, he had heard of the Black Forest. He hurriedly stood up to take the throne. But the scene in front of him shocked him again. He saw dozens of humans sitting in front of him. Those humans were roasting the corpses of the great demons. The flesh of the great demons sizzled and emitted waves of fragrance. Brat, it was my master who saved you. The Black Tortoise true essence transmitted to Diwu Zheng. Diwu Zheng finally reacted and quickly looked at Xiao Changtian. Thank you for saving my life, Senior. The owner of the Black Tortoise? Oh my God, what kind of expert was this? He was almost on par with the Empress, right? When Di Wuzheng thought of this, his eyes lit up again. The senior in front of him was a human expert with a powerful cultivation base. He was definitely a match for the elder of the Heavenly Sun sect. Senior, please save my friend's life. Di Wuzheng knelt down and cried. He kept kowtowing until his forehead hit the ground. It was red and bloody. Help! Xiao Changtian was stunned. Could it be that his disciple's friend was also seriously injured? All right, as long as you and your friend acknowledge me as your master, I'll make a move. Xiao Changtian said directly. The mission this time was very easy. He just needed to treat the sick and save the people. Delighted. Master, I'm willing. I'm the fifth most willing. As long as my friend Li Taibai is still alive, he will definitely be willing. He doesn't want me to break his legs and kneel in front of you to become your disciple. Di Wuzheng was overjoyed. To be the disciple of such a senior, it was a great fortune. The brotherhood is deep. Xiao Changtian's mouth twitched. Then, he asked Di Wu to stand up and tell him what happened to Li Taibai. Senior, it's like this. Taibai was originally engaged to Bai Ling Shuang of Wushuang City, but the Bai family of Wushuang City publicly broke off the engagement and broke up the two of them. The Heavenly Sun sect behind him sent 2 elders to suppress him, and now Taibai is seriously injured. Senior, please be too white. Di Wuzheng cried. After Xiao Changtian heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Immortal cultivators are involved? Chapter 146. Chapter 146. Jiao perfected De Yang. Hurry up and shake her. _I. Chapter 146. Jiao perfected De Yang. Hurry up and shake her. _I. Xiao Changtian's face turned serious. With the immortal cultivators involved, this matter was somewhat troublesome. On his side, there was only one powerful cultivator, Taoist Master De Yang, who was in the incarnation realm. What if that Heavenly Sun sect was very powerful? What if that Heavenly Sun sect had even more powerful experts? Tisk! Xiao Changtian wanted to curse. He could only blame himself for being too impatient. How could the system's mission be so simple? So this was where the pit was. This was the most difficult part when it involved the immortal cultivators. Don't worry, disciple. Since I've promised you, I'll help you. Xiao Changtian said helplessly. He had already taken in a disciple, so how could he retreat? However, this mission was too difficult and required careful planning. After thinking for a while, Xiao Changtian decided to return to the Nine Phoenix dynasty with the others. This was the Nine Phoenix dynasty? You are. Diwu was standing outside the main hall like a minion, looking at the Shengguan family in front of him with disbelief. My name is Shengguan Shuai. His name is Zhang Fenglei. And his name is... Shengguan Shuai introduced seriously. This person in front of him was the disciple of a senior, and would definitely become a mighty figure in the future. He couldn't be negligent. So, Shengguan Shuai gave a look, and Zhang Fenglei hurriedly took a chair. Phantom served tea, and the others fanned and massaged their shoulders. It was very lively. Shengguan Shuai was surrounded in the middle, shivering. Although he had never seen these people before, he had heard rumors about them. Top experts. A tribulation transcending expert. As for the red-robed woman who followed Senior in, he didn't need to think to know that she was the Nine Phoenix matriarch. The Nine Phoenix matriarch whose name shook the entire continent. Taibai, come and save me first, I'm numb. Diwu shouted in his heart. In fact, he had previously thought that the matriarch of the Nine Phoenix clan was just a servant girl. Hiss! Thinking of this, Di Wuzheng was even more shocked. An existence that even the Nine Phoenix matriarch called master then master. He was no longer worried about Li Taibai. He was worried that his master would not accept Li Taibai. After all, Li Taibai was originally a genius, but his cultivation suddenly stagnated 3 years ago, and gradually became immortal. Senior, do you think Li Taibai's cultivation is too low? No, when the time comes, I will definitely break Taibai's legs and make him kneel down and beg master. Di Wuzheng thought to himself. In the main hall, Xiao Changtian sat on a chair, Holding a teacup, his expression solemn. Jiao, find someone to go out and inquire about this heavenly sun sect. Perfected De Yong. Contact perfected Qin Yin, and the others again and ask them to come. This matter is a little big. There's strength in numbers. Our next step is. Xiao Changtian analyzed methodically. Orders were sent out one after another. Yes, sir. Mu Jiahuang and Daoist De Yong looked at each other and agreed. The two of them did not expect Senior to be so humorous. The 9 phoenixes could destroy a small heavenly sun sect with a flip of their hands. Other people. However, when he thought of how Senior was hiding in the mortal world and playing around in the mortal world, it was normal for him to have such a playful attitude. Thus, the two of them began to shake him. On the other side, in the North Continent, the 5 elders of the Heaven Building sect were chatting with Uncle Zhang, discussing how to renovate Uncle Zhang's pigsty. Suddenly, he received a voice transmission from the Empress. The 5 elders' expressions changed. Uncle Zhang, I'm sorry, we have something to do and have to leave the Great Sun sect. Elder Zhui said. In another courtyard, the pavilion master of heavenly secrets was deducing the origin of the dark castle. With a solemn expression, the heavenly secrets mirror in front of him transmitted a message from the Great Empress. Senior wants me to go to the victorious East Continent. After receiving the message, the pavilion master of the secret pavilion turned into a silver light and disappeared instantly. Great Sun Sect. Reverend Zhongxian was currently guiding the disciples of the Great Sun Sect in their cultivation. He spared no effort. The sect master was biased. You didn't guide our own people, but guided the Great Sun Sect's disciples first. And the disciples of the 3 sects were envious. As for the disciples of the Great Sun Sect, their strength had increased by leaps and bounds during this period of time. During this period of time, Forefather Scarlet Sun had directly broken through to the Saint Ruler realm. Cheng Yang, the disciple of the Great Sun Immortal, had also reached the nascent soul realm. Their overall strength could completely replace a 4th-rank sect. Suddenly, the communication talismans of the 3 of them lit up. It was a message from the Great Sun Immortal. Senior wants us to go to Central Continent. In the next moment, the 3 of them turned into 3 streaks of light and began to hurry. Such a scene happened in many places, such as the Blue Cloud sect, the Divine Sound sect. Within Nambu Continent, when Maniac Chu of the Beast Tamer sect received the news, he immediately went out in full force. Countless demon beasts rushed towards the victorious East Continent like a tide. Along with them were the sects in the Southport Continent that were on good terms with the Beast Tamer sect. In the Western Bull Continent, the Thunder Sound Monastery's ancestor, the leaders of the 4 major families, Wang Xiao, Lin Chu, and Yi Fan were all ready to set off. Without saying a word, they boarded the spirit ship and headed there. As for the extra Wang family, it was because they had drunk the prescription given to them. Wang Jingxian and Wang Jingtian, the 2 siblings, had directly unlocked the seals in their bodies and completely awakened their natural endowments. They soared into the sky and reached the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Moreover, he opened a bookstore for Senior. No one was dissatisfied. In the Central Heaven Continent, in the Nebula sect, Taoist Xingyun waved his long robe and disappeared instantly. Countless experts swarmed over like a tide. The entire Tianyuan continent shook. In the depths of the sea race, countless sea demons built fortifications. Within the demon clan, the demon emperor sent people out to gather information. In the dark chamber, the man wearing the skull mask was also puzzled. Could it be that these people were preparing to destroy the Dark Castle? Give the order. All the secret guards will head to the Dark Castle. The entire Tianyuan continent was shocked. East Victory State. The sect leader of the Heavenly Sun sect had just returned to the secret room when he sneezed. He had a bad feeling that something big was about to happen. However, the most important thing was to issue the portrait of Xiao Changtian. As long as we don't provoke this expert, there shouldn't be too many problems. The sect leader of the Heavenly Sun sect, Tang Ritian, was extremely glad that his sect did not have such a fool. During this period of time, all of you should behave yourselves. If anyone dares to do anything outrageous, die. Tang Ritian left after giving his orders. He was going to the Nine Phoenix dynasty to pay his respects to that senior. Now whoever got to know that senior first and gained a good impression of him would be able to obtain good opportunities in the following period of time. At the same time, the other sect masters of the victorious East continent all flew toward the Nine Phoenix. With the Empress as the middleman, it would be much easier for them to get to know the seniors. Chapter 147, Chapter 147. So many people, enough to support the scene. _I. Chapter 147. So many people, enough to support the scene. _I. Tang Ritian circulated his Zhenyuan and flew towards the Nine Phoenix. He wanted to be the first to kill Xiao Changtian. That senior is an invincible existence. It's my fortune to be able to befriend him. Our Heavenly Sun sect will prosper. Ha ha ha. Tang Ritian laughed loudly and rejoiced in his heart. That day, he happened to pass by the Black Forest and saw Senior's divine might. Very quickly, Tang Ritian descended from the void and arrived in front of the gate of the Nine Phoenix dynasty. Very good, I am indeed the first to arrive. Tang Ritian nodded in satisfaction. He was glad that he was more alert. However, the moment he entered, he was dumbfounded. The dense crowd in front of him was extremely lively. Fellow Taoist Shengguan, is the Empress here? The sect master of the Waterback sect asked. Our Waterback sect has hundreds of spirit meridians, and we would like to offer them to the Empress. Brother Wind Lightning, I have wind lightning pills here. Didn't you exchange them with your spirit meridians? 1 foot 11 inches, give them to you now. 10,000 Flower sect leader. Io, Sister Phantom, you're really getting more and more beautiful. You're tens of thousands of times prettier than me. Can you tell your sister who that expert is? Voices rang out. Each sect leader and tribulation passing expert was trying their best to please Shengguan Shuai and the others. They all wanted to get close to Xiao Changtian. They had arrived 15 minutes earlier than the sect leader of the Heavenly Sun sect. Grass a plant. Damn it, why should I go back to the sect? Why don't you just come here directly? Tang Ritian's face was filled with despair. Right now he was completely at the edge and could not squeeze in at all. Everyone quiet down. The Empress is discussing a major matter with Senior. Please calm down and drink your tea first. With a wave of her hand, the old woman threw out a spatial magic treasure to make everyone sit down and drink tea. Senior, to be addressed by the state preceptor like this, it seems like it's true. That person is really an expert. That kind of senior is far beyond my reach. Everyone was discussing. At this moment, the space fluctuated, and a white-robed Taoist Xingyun appeared in the sky. Senior Xingyun. Seeing Taoist Xingyun, everyone present hurriedly stood up and cupped their fists in greeting. Taoist Nebula was the most senior in the human tribe. Even the Empress was one generation behind him. Yes. Taoist Nebula nodded slightly and looked ahead. A monk in a gray robe suddenly appeared. It was the ancestor of Thundersound Temple Kong Xiang. Kong Xiang, you old bald donkey, did you also receive Senior's message? Taoist Nebula asked. Ba yes. Kong Xiang nodded. The conversation between the two of them was not concealed, so all the mighty ones from the victorious East continent heard it clearly. This, Senior Xingyun, Senior Kong Xiang, these were the few 100,000 years old experts in the human race. I heard that these two seniors have broken through to the Deshang realm. Hiss, even they call that person senior. The group of tribulation transcending experts from the victorious East continent already did not know how to describe it. He originally thought that senior was someone of the same generation as Taoist Xingyun and the others. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. The Divine Sound sect of the Qingyun sect of the Northern Barren State has arrived. Heaven Building sect. The 4 clan leaders of the Western Bull continents Xiao, Lin, and Chu clans have arrived. Nambu continent, the Beast Tamer sect, and the Changtian sect have arrived. HH. While everyone was still in shock, the guard's shout sounded. The experts of the Northern Barren State, the perfected Qing Yun, Lian Shinin, perfected Zhong Xian, perfected Ba Shan, perfected Qiong Cheng, the 5 elders of the Heaven-building sect, and the pavilion master of Tianji, Chu Kuangren, the tribulation-transcending expert of the Nambu continent, Sikong Jian of the Long Sky sect, and countless demon beasts. Western Bull Continent's Wang Jing, Wang Jingxian, Yi Clan's clan head Yi Zhengnan, Chu Clan's clan head Chu Yangtian, Xiao Clan's clan head Xiao Yan. Countless experts came. Each of them exuded a terrifying aura. After this period of development, none of these people's cultivation was lower than the 7th stage of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. That's perfected Qing Yun. A few months ago, he was only at the 1st stage of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. How did he become at the 8th stage of the Tribulation Transcendence realm? When did Maniac Chu reach the 8th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm? I've seen that junior of the Wang family before. He was only at the Golden Core realm before. The mighty ones from the victorious East continent looked at the people before them in shock. They sucked in a breath of cold air and were filled with disbelief. Qing Yun, your cultivation? One of the experts could not help but ask. Oh, Senior gave me an opportunity, and I broke through casually. Perfected Qing Yun smiled. Elder Zhuiyu. Senior's guidance. Voices rang out one after another. The experts from the victorious East continent could not help but ask. However, the answers they received were all the same. It was an opportunity casually bestowed by a senior. Heavens, one also want this kind of opportunity. I want to break through from the 1st stage to the 8th stage in a few months. I must get on your good side. All the experts had firm gazes. At this moment, another 2 figures walked over, a man and a woman. The man had an axe on his waist, and the woman was undergoing tribulation. The 2 of them slowly walked over. Why does that man give me the feeling that he is difficult to defeat? He's clearly immortal. While everyone was puzzled, Jiang Beichen, Wang Miaoshou, and Di Wuzheng appeared in front of Yi Fan and knelt down. Greetings, eldest senior brother. This is Senior's eldest disciple Yi Fan. Taoist Nebula reminded him. After landing, he hurriedly went up to greet him. Yi Fan, that Yi Fan of the Western Bull Continent's Yi clan, the former supreme being Bone Youth. Although they were not from the same continent, the East Victory continent was close to the West Bull continent, so he had naturally heard of Yi Fan's matter. For a first-rank sect, powerful intelligence covered almost the entire continent. They had heard about Yi Fan's supreme being Bone being dug out and becoming immortal, but he returned to the Western Bull continent forcefully. That senior is truly unfathomable. The group of experts already did not know how to describe it. Not only was he saved after his supreme being Bone was dug out, but his cultivation had also far exceeded the tribulation in just a few months. While everyone was in shock, Xiao Changtian also walked out of the hall when he learned that everyone had arrived. The moment he walked out, he was stunned. So many people. I didn't expect Jiu and Taoist De Yang to shake so many people. 1, 2, 3. He couldn't count. There are at least 200 people here, right? It's enough to support the scene. Xiao Changtian was delighted. Although perfected Qing Yun and the others were not as powerful as perfected De Yang, they were still immortal cultivators. With so many people, their aura was enough. The next step was to arrange the troops. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.